Good evening. I will. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Cabrillo Unified School District Board meeting. What's that? I'm calling to order the Cabrillo Unified School District Board meeting for January 18th, 2024. Rosie, can you do roll call, please? I will.
Just want to ask the audience to please keep silent for a moment. We're going to start the meeting.
Hey, folks.
We're going to do the recognition.
There'll be plenty of time for public comment. I'd like to ask everyone to please quiet down. We have some special recognition. I understand, but it has to come down in the house to be heard. Thank you for bringing the volume down in the room. Go ahead, Rosie.
We're going to start with roll call. Kimberly.
Here.
Carmen. Lisette is absent. Mary Beth.
Here.
And Sophia.
Here.
Catalina.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Catalina, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
May everyone please rise for the pledge? Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do I have a motion to approve our agenda tonight?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes 3+1.
We have a very special recognition tonight. Dr. McFetridge, would you like to read that for us?
I would be happy to get it.
Okay, sorry.
¿Cómo no? Por supuesto. Thank you, Rafael Dubon, for telling me to use my teacher voice. Can you hear me now? Okay, so tonight's proclamation, and I appreciate everyone being attentive to this. The proclamation is honoring Al Adrino as a catalyst for community change. The quote is, "It's better to be a giver than a taker." Al Adrino.
Let's please be respectful.
It does seem people who are looking for more money take your quote to heart, Mr. Adrino. So, whereas Al Adrino, a first-generation American, was born in San Francisco in 1923 to Italian immigrant parents, went through grammar, junior high, and high school in San Mateo County, graduated in 1940 and was the first in his family to graduate from college, and whereas Al Adrino served in the U.S. Armed Forces from 1943 to 1946 as an instructor and Army engineer during World War II, participating in the invasion of Okinawa. And whereas Al Adrino met his wife of 71 years in 1947 and settled in a Half Moon Bay ranch in 1954 to grow flowers in its fields, service to the Half Moon Bay community, served as a collaborative change agent dedicated to serving and educating the coastside youth. And whereas Al Adrivino's community service, including serving on the Half Moon Bay City Council from 1968 to 1980, and as Half Moon Bay Mayor from 1971 to 1972 and 1976 to 1980, and whereas Al Adrivino served in the San Mateo County Farm Bureau as Director, President, and Co-Chair of the Legislative Committee from 1954 to 1975, and whereas Al Adrivino has served as an active and committed community role model as well as an advocate for the education of every child in the Half Moon Bay community, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board formally expresses its deepest appreciation for the many outstanding contributions made by Al Adrivino to the education of our children on the coast side, and from the many Half Moon Bay High School graduates, beginning with the class of 1963, thank you. Passed and adopted this 18th day of January 2024. Thank you very much, Mr. Adrivino. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your family coming here tonight. And thank you for all the things you've done for this community over the years.
Pardon my stance, but I have to hold on to things. As of last year, I was the chairman of the 23 Club, which means I was born in 1923, and last year was 2023. So I've covered a lot of bases, but I don't know if it's worth it starting my second century. But at any rate, I appreciate everything that's been done for me. This past year has been a roller coaster. But tonight, surpasses anything that's happened to me in the past. This is something that was totally unexpected on my part. What I did with good feelings. And as I was saying earlier to some of my friends, I did not volunteer for the job as chairman of that committee. But I was asked by a friend of mine if I would serve on the original committee, which failed naturally. And then nobody wanted to take the chairmanship when the board decided to redo the bond drive. One of the board members who I've become friendly with asked me point blank if I would mind taking over the leadership. And I said yes. And then I worked my butt off, and because things don't come easy when you have a hard job to do. But the bond issue passed, the school was built, and we're all here today because, and getting a good education. Unbeknownst to me at the time, I didn't know it, but my future son-in-law was in the first graduating class from Half Moon Bay High School. So the school got off to a good start with that. But at any rate, I want to thank the board and everyone who was responsible for this night. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We have a public comment. Mike.
Hi, my name is Mike Alifano. I'm a parent here, born and raised here, went to school here. Have a family here and a business here, and I'm very blessed. And there are certain people in my life that I look up to. Mr. Adjovino is one of them. as well as the entire Muller family. Grew up with his granddaughters, and the things I do today and volunteer, a lot of it's because of people like Mr. Adjournment. So, and all of you. So I can't thank the school district, Holly and Jennifer, as well as Jesus, for putting this together. I think we need to do more of this in our community and appreciate the people that make things happen and make it better for everybody here on the coast. And one more point I'd like to make is, Mr. Adjournment being 100 years old, amazing, but I would love to see the school district or the community dedicate a building to Mr. Adjournment. I think it should be the new ag building, in my opinion, for everything he's done for our community in that agriculture field and for public service. So again, thank you so much for the school district for doing this, and thank you for being you. Thank you. Yep.
We will take a very short break, so those that came to celebrate Mr. Adjournment may have some refreshment. Thank you. I want to thank all of the teachers in the room for coming out tonight, sincerely. Nominally, we have 3 minutes per speaker, and we can limit to 20 minutes. My recommendation to the board, and I'll look for concurrence, it's not a vote, is that we limit to 2 minutes so we can hear from more of our teachers. Would you concur? Okay, so we'll have 2-minute presentations, and I would also ask that between speakers, I will cue you up as quickly as I can, between speakers, rather than, if you could hold your applause, but simply raise your arm in solidarity if you agree and concur. We will, and then I'm going to check in at the 30-minute mark for people who have something substantially different to say, okay? So, we have
Austin calls, maybe?
Is there an Austin? Thank you. As a reminder, I think you want to hear your speakers. And so if we're cheering in between every single speaker, fewer people are going to get a chance to speak. So thank you in advance for your patience. After Austin, we'll have Jennifer Perez. Go ahead, Austin.
Thank you. Hello, school board members, community members, teachers, and especially students. Thank you for letting me speak with you tonight. My name is Austin Yakeley. I am a Half Moon Bay High School alumni. I graduated in 2022. I'm a brother, a grandson, and especially a son. A son who was raised by a single mom who sacrificed everything for my sister and I. My mother is Christina Yakeley, a proud Half Moon Bay High School teacher. Just like my sister and myself, she attended Hatch, Cunha, and graduated from Half Moon Bay High School. She has been teaching in this district for 25 years. 25 years of being there for other people's children every day. 25 years of getting emails from concerned parents about their children's physical and mental state. 25 years of sacrificing parts of her paycheck to make sure that my sister and I have food in our stomachs and a warm bed at night. 25 years of trying to make her students feel heard and cared while in her class. New teachers in Cabrillo Unified School District are not staying for 25 years anymore. They aren't even staying for 10 years. The hardship of living in such an expensive area, the need to pay for supplies out of their own pockets, poor wages, and having to pay more and more out of pocket for their family health care is creating a wave of teachers leaving the coast. Teaching is a thankless profession. These teachers behind me do more than just teach. They are the backbone of the community. From the AP student who needs help at lunch from Miss Trainer, to the English language learner who is new to the country, depends on Mr. Walrod for help. Mr. Damon, the special education teacher who advocates for students even when their parents don't. Mr. Brian Anderson, who opens up the weight room for students who have something to do at lunch. To Mr. Perry, who has been a parent figure for the seniors, because he taught us to do the basic necessities like doing laundry and doing dishes. And that stuff is not in textbooks. And Mr. Hart, who knew us by our names, but always referred to us as amazing scholars.
Thank you, Austin. Jennifer Perez.
Now, shame on you, school board, for not, and DO staff. Hold on. The staff, the teachers here we are. You offered the teachers a 1% raise. Could you believe that? What would you do with that 1% raise? Who knows? Could you imagine that tomorrow, Friday, because we have school, right? Tomorrow, the teachers only gave 1% in their classrooms? What do you think that would be? So who knows? So now is the time to tell your teachers, thank you, tell your teachers, and thank them for the hard work that they've been doing for so long. And in the future, okay? So, if you want you to stay just to only have their resumes, give them a raise, okay? And remember, this is your fault. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And not to mention the Icy Molson who shop at the luxury store called Newly, who I know Now, the majority of these teachers can't afford that. So thank you and have a great one.
Okay, I'm gonna queue up. Obviously, it's gonna take longer between people if I don't read the names in advance. So after Jennifer Perez, I want Christy Gillis, Doug Forrester, Coral Myers, and Lillian Whitmore. So if you guys go on and line up, I'd appreciate that. Jennifer Perez, Christy Gillis, Doug Forrester, Coral Myers, and Lillian Whitmore. And I am going to respectfully ask that you keep it to 2 minutes. Go ahead, Jennifer.
There you go.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Perez. I'm a graduate, a paraprofessional, a parent of Cabrillo Unified School District. My concerns are the district is unable to hire teachers because of uncompetitive salaries, poor benefit packages. I have worked in several classes at the high school with long-term subs without credentials. I have seen firsthand lack of classroom management, lack of subject material. Knowledge to teach. I want to thank all the teachers for supporting our students and hope the district and board members make the education of our students a priority. Kim is going to say
It really
something.
comes down to where is the money? And I really would like to start organizing in this town, in this community, making it known that funds are missing. These are unaccountable funds, and I'm not comfortable with having any other agency do an independent audit. I'm looking for funding independent audit from the community of Half Moon Bay. We will look into your books, we'll open them up and find out where that money came from. So these are all wonderful speeches tonight about how great this town is and how we come together for our children, but it comes down to the money and what's going in each one of your pockets and how you're deciding to spend it without any votes or being accountable to it. It's just about the money, people.
Christy.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Christy Gillis. I'm mom to a third grader at Fairlawn View Elementary. I'm also the daughter of a retired elementary school teacher and principal. And I would like to express my support for the teachers and staff of Cabrillo Unified. Growing up as a child of an educator, there were times when our family couldn't afford certain things like vacations or trendy clothes. And at times that was really disappointing to me. But there was always a safe place to live, healthy food to eat, and access to health care. In recent months, I've been deeply saddened to learn that those basics, housing, food, and health care, are sometimes inaccessible to teachers here on the coast. It's been decades since I was in school, but I still have vivid, happy memories of my teachers, of how Mrs. Fountain read to us from the Boxcar Children every day after lunch in second grade, of how Mr. King convinced me to care about math in seventh grade, and of how Miss Coble and Miss Bird inspired me in English and in chemistry when I was a senior in high school. And I've been so gratified to see my son begin to build those same happy memories with his teachers here, with Miss Laurel, Miss Jenny, Miss McFarland, Miss Kelly, and Miss Kaya. And nestled within those happy moments is a wealth of learning. When I asked him what he wanted to share tonight about his teachers, he said that it was really important for people to know how hard they work and how generous they are. I decided to speak tonight because I believe Cabrillo's administration and the board have a tremendous opportunity to create powerful change for teachers and staff, in turn sustaining and improving the future of public education here on the coast. As you consider budgets and expenses, I hope you will prioritize the people who are the heart and soul of this district. I can think of no greater service to our community than ensuring we can provide excellent educational opportunities for all students and attracting and retaining talented teachers is foundational to that effort. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Doug.
Hi, good evening. My name's Doug Forster. I'm an alumnus of Cabrillo Unified, class of 1977, Half Moon Bay High School. When I left high school, I heard that some of the teachers had left. Mr. Connors had left for Lowell, I think, in San Francisco. And so some of the things we're talking about today have really deep roots. I'm a parent of 2 students that come to Cunha Intermediate, and I'm also a retired teacher. I know as a retired teacher how difficult it is to be a good teacher. In fact, I was a horrible teacher when I first started, and that's the truth. I was very, very bad. But somebody, one principal had faith in me and said, you know, just keep trying. And I got better. I did get better over time. And all teachers do get better over time. And you have to give them time to do that. So my point of view is that if you don't give competitive pay to teachers, you're going to have high teacher turnover. And high teacher turnover leads to inconsistent results for teaching. We have really good new teachers here in the district, but to retain them, you have to pay them a competitive salary. And so I ask what's best for the students from the board, and what I think is best for the students is to retain good teachers. And in order to do that, you're going to have to pay them a competitive wage. That's.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I got to say.
Go ahead, Coral.
Hi everyone, I'm Coral Myers, a freshman at Half Moon Bay High School. I attended Hatch and Cunha, and I am a proud third-generation Half Moon Bay local with my grandfather and parents attending all CUSD schools. I wanted to take this moment to share with you my experience in 7th grade. That was the year I had 3 long-term subs for the entirety of the school year. I had also had the long-term sub experience when I was in 2nd grade, so coming into 7th grade with this situation was tough. It's confusing when you know you do not have a permanent teacher. It's difficult to build relationships when you don't know if they're leaving, if they will stay, and oftentimes the long-term subs didn't know what their next move would be. It can be a challenge in the classroom with subject matter and behavior management. I could see and hear what the other classes were doing, and I knew it wasn't the fault of the long-term sub. They were doing the best. They were doing their absolute best. It just felt that there was something I was missing out on. I would never want this to happen to the other students where half of your teachers are long-term subs. If paying teachers fair wages to keep them in our district can change this scenario from happening again, why would you think twice? When I look back at some of my favorite moments as a student, it was always a teacher that made the difference. Miss Louisa Hatch, who came in to become our 2nd grade teacher that year, Miss Wolk always has a smile on her face, Mr. Murray and Mr. Cox, who made learning fun, Miss Hanson and Mr. Carey, who pushed me to better myself, and for Miss Lee for helping me get through so much. It's the teachers. Investing in the teachers is investing in the students. Thank you.
Lillian? Okay, listen up, please. After Lillian, I'm going to ask Katrine Brown, Nicole Riley, Atlas McGovern, and Claire Conlon to line up. Go ahead, Lillian.
Thank you for letting me talk at this meeting tonight. My name is Lillian Whitemore. I'm a 3rd-generation local. I've been to Hatch Elementary School, Cunha Intermediate School, and soon will go up to the Half Moon Bay High School. My experience in 6th grade was an interesting year. I had a sub for the entire year for my English and Spanish class. I know multiple people who have had the same experience. 8th graders, freshmen, and even some sophomores. Some of my family members and friends had this experience as well. We have had subs for multiple times. The subs had tried their best to teach us as much as they could, especially Spanish, because it was a difficult subject for the subs, which is very confusing for a 6th grader who is new to the school and doesn't really know how it works yet. And sometimes both subs wouldn't show up, so we would have a sub for a sub, or even some staff members would come to help. But most of the time, they wouldn't know what to teach us in Spanish or how to help us with our Spanish because they didn't speak the language. Knowing that I could have a permanent teacher for an entire year would help me focus more on my learning than focusing if I'll have a teacher the next day. Teachers have big effects on kids. A relationship with a teacher is ideal. Not knowing if they're going to be there the next day is hard on kids. Subs tries their best to give us an education, but if paying teachers more gives us a better education than we have now, then why aren't we investing in that? We are the kids of the future. Most teachers I've had a bond with are my permanent teachers. They're mainly the teachers who have been there the longest and give kids a chance and have patience for us. For example, my math teachers, Miss Wilk and Miss Manning. I've had a special bond with them over the years. They are my favorite math teachers because they gave me a chance. But I would also like to include my social studies teachers, Mr. Cox, Mr. Payton, and Mr. Ripperger. They made every lesson interesting, and to think that they could leave to make more money over the hill is sad. Because thinking about the kids who won't be able to experience having these life-changing teachers to teach them is crazy. But my Spanish teachers had the most impact on me. My elementary years were some of the best years of my educational life. All of the teachers that I've had for my Spanish been the sweetest people you ever meet. They gave us a chance. Speaking of the Spanish program, if Cunha doesn't have a 0 period next year, then some electives like Spanish and band won't be possible. Thank you for letting me speak.
Katrine?
Hi, my name is Katrina Brown, and I'm a parent of 4 kids at CUSD. Unfortunately, my family has been all too familiar with the effects of a teacher shortage. 2 years ago, my then 7th grader did not have a credentialed teacher for all of the year for math, English, and Spanish. My 2nd grader also did not have a credentialed teacher for all of 2nd grade. This year, my now 7th grader similarly also does not have a credentialed teacher for math and science. I have seen firsthand that kids are adversely affected when they do not have experienced and credentialed teachers in the classroom. No policies, programs, initiatives, or curriculum changes matter if we don't have teachers in the classroom to teach the students. In addition, these vacancies adversely affect the equity in our district. Those with the means may opt out of the district and go to private school or seek out expensive tutoring. Those without the means fall further and further behind. When there's a teacher shortage, the answer is clear: the teachers need to be paid more.
O'Reilly. I am a 36-year resident of Half Moon Bay, born and raised. I attended CUSD schools before continuing my education at Santa Clara University. I owe much of my success to many of the teachers sitting behind me here tonight. I'm standing here before you to speak on behalf of my family, the teachers in this community. My daughter, Charlotte, is in Miss Wallach's first grade class, and my son, Jackson, is in Miss Veloso's TK class. My daughter, Charlotte, had Miss Wall last year. I have volunteered in the classroom regularly, and I've had the pleasure of supporting these teachers over the last year and a half, and have firsthand witnessed how amazing they truly are. The dedication, love, and support they provide for the children of Hatch is unmatched. They could easily find higher paying jobs elsewhere, sadly right down the road in Pescadero, and I fear we will start to lose these amazing teachers as they struggle to make ends meet. They've stayed because they love this community, these children, and what they do, but things have become so far misaligned that this is no longer enough to keep them here. The district keeps saying that its revenues are down, so there's no money for the teachers. However, this is not true. CUSD received $6 million more than budgeted last year. Where has this money gone? Where is the accountability and priorities? The board claims the housing project will help offset low teacher pay and in turn become revenue generating. How will this happen? This will take years before seeing a return on investment, not to mention how can you make money off of affordable housing? If there's any money to be made, this is not affordable housing. To claim this will combat low teacher pay is mistaken. This will do nothing in terms of teacher retention. I also don't understand why the district would want to become a landlord when they can't even maintain the facilities and schools they're currently in charge of. I have researched teacher pay in surrounding school districts and found 20 plus of which all pay salaries higher than Cabrillo. Before you try to discount this, saying CUSD is not funded at the same level as these districts, disregard Hillsborough and other school districts with higher funding. There's several left with funding the same as Cabrillo, and they pay their teachers much more. Our teachers are undervalued and underpaid. We're going to lose them, and nothing is being done. Reach out to these districts, find out what they're doing, because clearly something can be done. These teachers need competitive pay. Raising teacher wages will benefit twofold, and we will retain the amazing teachers and educators we have and be able to attract more Thank you.
Leaders are in your hands and at risk.
Go ahead. Turn the mic on.
Thank you. As a Half Moon Bay High School student and the youngest child of a teacher in our district, I can't help but feel as though the way our district and staff communicate is toxic. I have been made aware of both sides in the pay debate, and I understand the issues in both arguments. However, it's also to my understanding that we do indeed have the funding to give teachers much more than a 1% raise. You wonder why staffing in this district is such an issue, why you can only hire alumni, unregistered sex offenders, and unprofessional, self-centered individuals who only work with children to make themselves feel more powerful. While the problem is that you hide behind the excuse of taxes and low funding to pay our staff less than they work for, and turn a blind eye to very real problems on campus, like gang affiliation, sexual assault allegations, and hate crimes. If you're unable to hear me say this without feeling an ounce of shame, you should not be in a position of power or be able to choose how much money my teachers make. Instead of putting money towards making Cunha Intermediate School look like a state penitentiary, we should put money towards our teachers who work longer than paid for and are still sitting on a 2-year-old unpaid contract, or maybe even hire those who are more qualified to work with the progressively more uneducated children entering our schools. If my teachers are getting cheated, then I can't help but feel like my education is getting cheated too. Thank you.
My name is Claire Conlin. I am the mom of 2 children at Granada Elementary School. Members of the school board, it can't be easy to sit here and listen to this angry community, but your actions have real consequences and they rest on your shoulders alone. You are failing our teachers, our co-side youth, the future leaders of our community, and you're failing at your jobs as members of this school board administration. Your decision to withhold state funds issued for COLAs for our teachers shows complete disregard for public education and every child in this school district, as well as your disrespect for the profession of teaching. None of you are focused on the core of education, our teachers. It's unclear what you're focused on, but while you're busy ruining our district's reputation at the expense of our children's education, wasting money paying consultants for your pipe dream of housing no one wants. Honestly, no one wants to have their boss as their landlord. Bankrolling attorneys to the tune of over $600,000 last year alone. Our teachers are weighing their options. And if they walk, and who can blame them, then our kids will have no teachers and the classrooms will be empty, and we definitely won't need a school board or district office. Think about all of that. Which reminds me of a similar scenario in 2020 when our teachers were fighting the same fight. I felt so frustrated for them, I attended my first school board meeting for the first time. I listened to Dr. McFetridge continue to tell us that they couldn't afford to pay teacher raises because of some number about a budget 5 years away from now, and we had to make all sorts of budget cuts so that the county wouldn't take over management of CUSD. I'm beginning to think it's time the county took over our school district. Teachers over the hill are certainly paid better. School board members, if you aren't going to focus on teachers, hand in your resignation letters. We need a...
Please listen for the next speakers. Martina Mooney, Brian Banks, Jill Pavlicek, Sarah Prentice, and Roman Grabowski.
Can we just stop killing the microphone when people need 10 more seconds? I think that's so incredibly rude.
Good evening, Governing Board. Thank you for listening. I have been a part of the Coastside community since 2011 after the birth of my oldest daughter. We've been proud members of the public school system at Fairlawn, Hatch, and now Cunha. As I look around the room, I see the faces of all the many teachers who care deeply about our community, who care about the education of our children, about each other, and who care about themselves enough to know that they deserve more. I am wearing this shirt because I fiercely believe in enhancing and protecting the public school system. And I am here tonight in support of our precious and outstanding Coastside teachers. There have been numerous studies citing access to good public education as a measure of health in a community. And the vitality of a school immensely depends on the morale and support of its teachers. While long-term investments and planning will be vital to keep our teachers on the Coastside, I beg of you to recognize the state of urgency that we are in right now. In this moment, this is not sustainable. Conventional methods have been proven to be unsuccessful in supporting fair and competitive wages for the teachers on the coast, as we have seen them leave each year, candidly citing wages as a primary driving force. It is time to think outside the box, to be creative, to be unconventional, to address this glaring and urgent issue. Expand your network beyond loyal supporters to find innovative, unexpected, and as of yet untapped resources. This is your job. I love this community. I love the people. I love the teachers, the children, and I fear that if we wait any longer, the loss will be devastating and irreparable for the school district and for the health of this community. Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Brian Banks. I'm a longtime resident here. I went to Half Moon Bay High School class of '93. The statement was written by my wife, Molly Banks, who's working and unable to be here. We have 2 kids at Spanish immersion in Hatch, a 2nd grader and a 5th grader. We believe that having a strong public education program is critical to the health and well-being of our entire community and for the future of us all. I want to focus on 3 points: teachers' pay, systemic failure for the loss for our teachers in our district, and gratitude for our teachers who have been extremely effective and highly instrumental in our children's development and educational well-being. Working for Cabrillo Unified School District means working for significantly lower wages than most other districts in San Mateo County. This factor is often the main driver for teachers' decisions to leave the district for better paying jobs elsewhere. Retention of good personnel has been an Achilles heel for this district for decades. You are no doubt aware of convincing data about the correlation between fair, higher wages and better work from happier employees. The teachers who've taught our children are gifted, committed, and outstanding. We have been sad that some of them have been forced to leave the district, and we are concerned that others in the near future may need to leave. We believe that it is your responsibility to find ways and means to solve the financial problems which perpetuates this system of unfair wages. We anticipate that CUSD would benefit by drawing in and attracting our business community, our other elected officials, our community organizations, as well as dedicated parents and concerned members in our community. We implore you to get creative, find the resources to bring our teachers' salaries into alignment with the prevailing higher wages. They deserve and boost their morale. We are grateful for our teachers by improving their wages. They will experience concrete evidence they are deeply valued and appreciated workers, all right? Please be yourself, excellent, and invest in our teachers. It is your job.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah. I am the daughter of a teacher of 30 years. My mom's been in the district for more than 30 years. My stepdad has been here for more than 20 years. I am a alumni, class of 2009, Cunha, Hatch, and the high school. I have a few ties to the community, having been born and raised here. I have the honor now of having chosen to move my family back here. We had many options as to where we wanted to live. We chose Half Moon Bay for the community. My husband David is sitting right there, my 2 kids. My 2nd grader is an immersion program. I was through the immersion program. My 3-year-old will be going to Hatch as well. I don't understand how you guys are charged with allotting funds to our teachers and to make our district better. That's your job, and you're failing at it. And you're in charge of that. I don't understand it. Help me understand. As the daughter of a teacher as well, I can't say enough about how strong it is to have parents that are in the education system that have the right schedules to match their children's schedules, to have summer vacations, also to be able to run into your mom's class and say, hey, I forgot lunch, can you help me out? Little things like that. We're not offering that to our community. We're not offering that to the teachers who are starting out. We're not offering them that opportunity because it is incredibly hard to have children in this community with these prices, with the cost of living. We're not offering that to our teachers, and it's unfair. The last thing I'll say is that I was lucky enough, most of my teachers were tenured. They'd been here for a long time, and now I realize how lucky I am because talking to some or hearing some of the other speakers, they didn't have the same experience having long-term subs for years on end. What the hell is going on? What the hell? I'll end with saying this, great educators, they're not made overnight. They're not even made after 1 year. They're made after 4, 5, 6, 10, 15 years. That's how great educators are made, and you're not allowing our district to have that and our community to have that. Thank you.
My name is Jill Pavlicek. I am a community member. I work here in the community as a physician, and I have 3 children in the school district who started since pre-K. And I have experienced what many others have talked about with the long-term subs. It's been really difficult, classroom management issues. They've just, languished. And luckily, we've been able to support our children, and I've seen other families who have gotten tutors or taken their children to, other private schools, but that's not been the case for all the kids in the classroom. So I definitely echo the equity issue that we need to support all our students, and we need to do that with quality teachers. Likely, we've also had some amazing teachers as well that have just connected with our children, and they've been able to really bring the best out in them. Unfortunately, some of them have already left, and I'm just afraid we're going to lose more. I hope it's not too late. Please give the cost of living increase. Please work with the teachers we need to keep them. This is, the backbone of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, there's a lot of people here tonight. All right. Hi, I'm Roman Grabowski. I'm a senior. I've been going to Half Moon Bay High School for the last 4 years. I've had a firsthand experience of being taught by my wonderful teachers, and to say I'm disappointed in the amount they are paid relative to their workload is a monumental understatement. When our teachers are paid $20,000 on average less than those who are 20-minute drive away, it takes the experience of the teachers here and ships them out. The salaries of our teachers here results in our school acting as a springboard to other schools over the hill instead of being a reliable workplace for teachers to sit here for many years. Of the 5 teachers I have personally had throughout my 4 years, that I've taught here for more than 5 years, every single one of them are financially dependent on their spouse because in order to pay for the very expensive Bay Area housing, they need another source of income just to stay here. That should not be the case. Teachers should be paid enough to live where they teach. This is outrageous that I even need to state this. On top of the insultingly low salaries you give our hardworking teachers, you wish to strip them of their medical benefits. The state government has given the district money to help support our teachers during the high inflation over the last few years, yet not a single dime has gone into their pockets, nor has it gone to improving our rundown campus in which we have buildings that do not have AC. I have yet to encounter a single person who supports a single thing the district is proposing in regard to paying our teachers. The sea of red really just speaks for itself. Stuffing your own pockets and wasting money through mismanagement of funds is shameful, and the effect of stealing from our teachers. Keeping our teachers on the coach side is a very important aspect, and I think that that'll really help education increase throughout the years. Yeah, just pay them, dude. Come on.
Thank you, Roman. Rosemarie Williman, Zeb Mahmood, Miles Oaf, and Chris Myers.
Hello, my name is Rosemary Williman. I am a retired speech pathologist that worked for 35 plus years for San Mateo County. So I know every single school district in this county. And as long as I have worked for the county, this district has always been kind of the sad creature at the bottom. And other districts afford and can support their teachers. And then I know a lot of the teachers that are in this district. And as a school board, you have a responsibility to take the advice of your teachers. Like that I know that you've hired some consultants instead of going to your personnel to address some of those situations. That's bad management. And I would just suggest you provide the kind of atmosphere, instead of an adversarial relationship, which you have now, to integrate your teachers with your process in budgeting. I think that would really address a lot of the serious concerns that your teachers have and that you have about your budget. I think your teachers can help you with your budget. So I would really want you to do that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, can I?
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Miles Oaf. I'm a senior here at Half Moon Bay High School, and I love the teachers that I've had in the time I've been here. I've been very lucky to have the teachers that I've had in the time that I've been here. I've had experiences in classes where I have gone in totally uninterested in the topic, and I've come out not only proficient, but incredibly interested, and have gone on and gotten into it on my own time outside of school. I'd like to highlight just a couple of examples since I've only got a minute. The first one I'd like to highlight is I signed up for advanced English in my freshman year, and my teacher was amazing, and like 90% of what I've learned about writing, I learned from him, and I went on and I encouraged probably 10 or so other people younger than me to go and sign up for that class and take it, and he's gone now. Another example would be my chemistry teacher sophomore year. Again, one of the greatest teachers I've had. She was young, she was real smart and amazing at her job, and still managed to be a fun teacher and make the class genuinely enjoyable for all of us there. She left, she works in Burlingame, makes $20,000 more a year, her second year teaching. It's not like she's tenured. She doesn't have a career behind her. She's young, she already gets it. That's the baseline. And we have people here who make, $20,000 less than that. It's the same with the English teacher. He's gone now. He's making maybe $20,000 more elsewhere. I'm out, right? I'm a senior, okay? I have a younger brother. I have friends who have younger brothers. I have cousins who are younger than me who now have to go through this high school without that support system. How are they supposed to build meaningful relationships with teachers if there aren't any teachers to build meaningful relationships with? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Myers. I'm a senior at Half Moon Bay High School. I moved here 4 years ago during COVID. I had basically no friends, nothing when I moved here. The thing that kept me going was the teachers and their relationship with the students. I like to highlight a few teachers, especially Mr. Banderson, who's in charge of the music program at the high school. He does all of the music classes at the high school. He doesn't get paid nearly enough for how much he does, and you can see how much stress is in his eyes, and yet he has so much enjoyment for what he does because he loves not just his job, but the people that he gets to work with. I will have hard days at school, but I get to go in that class and make music, and all of the worries and everything, all the stress just goes away. But teachers like him could definitely go to other schools that pay more, and it's at risk. That is what's happening here in the Cabrillo Unified School District. Another teacher I'd like to highlight is Mr. Reardon. Mr. Reardon, you've inspired me so much to work hard, not just to do metal sculpting, but to just work hard in what you do and have pride in your work. When you don't pay your teachers well enough, you're not just getting bad education, but you're not getting the best people in those jobs, because those teachers are the ones that inspire kids to work hard, to have pride in what they do, and to keep striving for their dreams. Thank you.
Hello, I'm parent of two students, one in Half Moon Bay High School and one in Hatch. We moved here from San Mateo after living there for about 14 years. And I tell you that living here is more expensive than San Mateo. So it just doesn't make sense. A lot of errands that you have to run, you have to go over the hill. Gas is expensive. This is just common knowledge, right? So a lot of things that have been said here, I'm not going to repeat them, but I'm just going to say that you should be a representative of the community. This is the community right here, right? Hear them out, just represent them. It is not actually your opinion, I'm sorry. It's their opinion of the community. And the opinion is that the teachers should be paid better than what they're being paid. They should have benefits. That's the social determinant of their well-being. If there's a child at home which is sick, does not have a good coverage, they're not going to be able to perform as well in the classroom as they should be able to. And the third point that I have, which hasn't been talked about much, is that there's a field next to Hatch Elementary. In the morning, I run through that field with my kid in the morning. It's a nice field. We get there and then we step on hard asphalt. Every single morning, there are a few kids falling there on that hard asphalt, scraping their knees, their elbows. There's a field there. They're falling on asphalt. And now we have plans to get rid of that field and do something else there. I just don't get it. And I think it actually aligns really well with the sustainability goals that you have. So it'll be a great environmental sustainability goal, and that whole child well-being that we talk about. It's just a no-brainer for me. So please look into that as well. Thank you.
Thomas Catalano, Rio Porcini, Abby Foster, and Colin Travis.
Thank you, school board, and thank you, teachers. I'm a parent. I have a child at Hatch, and I'm a very concerned citizen. What I'm seeing right now for statistics is very alarming. We ask our teachers to pour into our children every day and ask them to raise the next generation of thinkers, leaders, creators, artists, and teachers. I'm a small business owner. I employ 25 people. In order for me to keep the top performers, I have to pay them. I understand what it means to balance a budget and to make sacrifices. I understand inflation. I'm a business owner. I get it. If I offered a 1% raise to one of my employees tomorrow in a review, they would walk out that door that very day. If we do not keep the best in our community, the heart of what makes this community special will be undermined. Today, it's losing teachers over the hill. Tomorrow, it's losing families and children over the hill to private education and creating an imbalance within our community. Do we want to be known as a community that's separated between the haves and the have-nots? This is why we live here. Yeah. We want financial accountability. 1% is shameful. You risk the foundation of our community. Get to work, make tough decisions. This is a business. This is our community. This is important. The citizens are calling for action.
Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Rio Porcini. Right now I'm here to speak on behalf of a student, Jackie Vasquez, who could not be here tonight. She's a member of the ASB board. I've gone to school in this district since kindergarten. I am now a senior in high school, and the one thing I have seen that all teachers have in common in this district is the love that they have for their students and the big desire to see them do well. I don't know until recently how much they all have sacrificed for us. For example, they give their lunches up so we can make up tests and so we can have a safe space. They get to school hours earlier than they're supposed to and stay late until after sunsets. They sometimes work at home until they go to sleep. But above all, they do everything they can to see us succeed. These teachers help us with everything, and they can constantly motivate us to be the best we can be. They do an amazing job at helping us become better people and teaching us skills for us after we graduate. They have passion for teaching, and that is very hard to find. These teachers and counselors do so much for us for so little. They ask you to listen to them, so please listen to what they say. And since I have a little time, let me say something myself. I didn't write this down. A lot of people here have been very respectful tonight, but I'm not gonna be. I'm gonna be blunt with you guys. We've had teachers pass away. We've had pedophile teachers. We have unqualified teachers. Who are they to teach the students of the future going on, trying to live their lives when they're out here just ruining it for everyone? Do you see this community here tonight? Yeah. They are here to represent everything this community is about. Half Moon Bay is proud, and this school is not representing that. You are not representing that, and you should quit. Yeah. We hate you. Leave. Thank you.
Folks, please. Abby.
Folks, well, that's a tough act to follow. You all know me. I've spoken many times, and I'm not going to bore you with my story, except I will say I'm one of those teachers who've taught many people in this room. And I'm also one of the teachers that's looking where else I'm going to work next year, because I can't afford to stay. I'm a single mom. I'm here tonight to read the comments from my daughter, who's a recent graduate of Half Moon Bay High. To whom it may concern, my name is Olivia Perez Foster, daughter of one of Cabrillo Unified School District teachers, and more importantly, a recent graduate from Half Moon Bay High School. I have been involved with this district since I was in kindergarten, and every grade since, I have created special bonds with my teachers. As someone who can fall behind really easily if I'm not fully engaged, I found my teachers always checking up on me and supporting me throughout the school year. I can attest to that, it is true. Going into middle school is really when I started to notice the presence of long-term substitute teachers in my class. Right away, I noticed a difference. Not only was the teaching quality way worse, but my fellow classmates started acting out. Half of the class would play video games on the floor, while the other half would be talking, almost screaming in big groups. I remember looking up at the poor sub, who many times didn't even know what the lesson plan was supposed to be, and you could see them struggling to get a word in without being interrupted. If it weren't for my other teachers, such as Mr. Cox or Mr. Macias, who always handled the class with enthusiasm yet discipline, I don't think I would have learned anything of substance in middle school. With these amazing teachers, we got to go on field trips that were fun and immersive. We even got to go to Washington, D.C., which is an experience I will never forget. These kinds of dysfunctional classes followed me into high school, and I found myself not even knowing what the class was supposed to be about. Zoom also took a huge toll on me, and I fell behind almost instantly. Teachers like Miss Baker, Mr. Hoskins, and Mr. Brown were so accommodating and helped me form plans to get back on track. She had a lot of zeros that year. You guys can attest to that. They took their time out of their day to meet with me and really showed their care toward me, my success in their class. Then, in November of 2022, I found out that my math teacher, Dr. Hees, had passed away. This not only affected the whole school and was a mourning period for all of the faculty and students, but it also really affected our classroom. If it weren't for Ms. Trainer stepping in to help us finish the fall semester, I don't think a single person in my class would have finished. And the second semester, when they brought a teacher down from CSM who acted as a long-term sub, half the class dropped out. But thanks to Ms. Trainer's support, my daughter was able to continue. I now go to college at University of California in Irvine, but I know for certain that if I didn't have these amazing and dedicated teachers who genuinely cared about my success, I would not be at a UC today. So thank you. A lot of you people here have my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll add one more comment, which is that I noticed as I was walking up here that the shoes I'm wearing are really battered and old, and they kind of have holes in them. And these are the shoes that I chose to wear today because it's supposed to rain later, because my actual shoes have holes in them. And I haven't been able to buy a new pair of shoes because I don't have any money. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Colin Travis. I'll be reading on behalf of Owen Perez. I'm a sophomore at Half Moon Bay High School. I've had some great years at the high school and Cunha, and I owe a huge portion of it to my teachers. I had my 8th grade year, my English teacher and my Spanish teacher had some struggles finding, So, my English and Spanish classes have had some struggles finding teachers, and I ended up with multiple substitute teachers. All of the switching definitely affected my class and led to gaps in our learning. But I was lucky and had experienced and the dedicated teachers for some very important classes. Mr. Cox for history and leadership, and Mr. Murray for science. And I had Miss Lee as a counselor, and she helped navigate everything behind the scenes to make sure we got the classes we needed, and to help us through that difficult time. They supported me and my classmates and prepared us for high school. I can't imagine how difficult it would be for me now if I hadn't had that support. Please give our teachers a cost of living adjustment so that they can afford to stay here on the coast. They deserve it.
Thank you.
Since I have 30 seconds left, I would like to talk about an experience I had my freshman year where we had to hire a basic pedophile, Mr. Hannon. I believe you guys remember him. He got fired from probably the first month. I had to have my band teacher, Mr. Banderson, a person who should not be teaching math because he doesn't have the correct credentials. He didn't get as much money as he deserved. I can't believe of how little money these people are getting for helping us out throughout our entire years of school. I was one of the lucky ones who barely had to deal with the subs. I've only had one. I feel horrible for the people who've had multiple. Thank you.
Okay, I have 11 more sheets, so we're looking at about 22 minutes. Emma Sanzo, Liana Hernandez, Lisa Longacre, John William Parsons.
Hi, I'm Emma Sandel, and I'm a senior at the high school. My most interesting classes aren't based on how well I like the subject, but how well the teacher teaches and delivers the lesson. I've had the best lessons from teachers who care and show they care and show up every day and support us. During my freshman year, I had Dr. Yerby for biology, and although it was probably my hardest class, it was my most interesting class because she was so engaged and supported us every step of the way through COVID as well. And I wanted to put in the extra work to succeed in this class because she made such a healthy environment, such a good learning environment for us. Last year, I had Miss Trainer for pre-calc, and I have her for calculus this year. And she teaches so well. She has us get up and participate, and she gives us direct feedback, and she is there for us. She tells us we can come in whenever to ask for help, and that is a teacher who supports us and is there for us. When I've had subs, long-term subs, they don't support us. They don't know what to do. We can't keep having these long-term subs. Teachers who choose to take time to connect with their students are the ones who care and the ones that we should keep here. There have been so many amazing teachers that have supported me over the years, and I'm so thankful that I've had them. Keep teachers on the coast side because they deserve it, and we, the students, deserve it as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diana Hernandez, and I will be speaking not only for the teachers of the coast side, but for my little sister that's also here. She's a 7th grade student, and she had a math teacher, and she had to go up to the office and ask for a different teacher because she wasn't qualified enough. Now, I also have 2 papers from students. I should not have 2 papers arguing why they have pedophiles for a teacher, why the bathrooms can't have period products, why we can't have proper locks on our bathrooms. Yeah. Do you think that's fair? Now, I am asking you as a student, as a student from Half Moon Bay, do you remember any personal experiences from a sub? No, you don't. You remember it from teachers that have helped you along the way. Like, for example, Mr. Walrod, he created a whole college slideshow just for students. And for what? For it not to be shown until 2 months later. Or for Ms. Lunshaw for teaching me how to write a proper college essay. Is that in their credentials? It is not, but they're doing it for their own time. Now, you sit here with all these faces wondering why so many people are mad, but these are your own actions. Not only do these teachers take time out of their day, but they make it a possibility to learn. Tell me, do you remember a bad sub? Did you like that bad sub? No, you didn't. But you remember all your good teachers, like Mr. Hoskins playing the Beatles every morning. And knowing that my little sister, who is in 7th grade, possibly can't have such amazing teachers like them, playing music every morning, knowing their material without having a pedophile as a teacher, and knowing that their teacher will be there the next day. Do you think that it is fair to give them a 1% raise, but still have money of $2.6 million into the football field? Where did that money go? Gone because it didn't go to the teachers that they deserve it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Longacre. I've been a teacher in Cabrillo for 29 years. And the only thing I will say on a personal level is that I am afraid that people like myself are about to become extinct in this district. I'm reading a letter from Jen Collins, who is a parent and a community member. My name is Jen Collins, and I have had 3 children go through Cabrillo Unified K through 12. I currently have a sophomore, senior, and a college freshman. We have had really amazing experiences at school with our children. All 3 are very different kids and have very different needs and personalities. Depending on which teachers they have, it can be a good or great experience. But more times than not, they have been rough learning experiences for both student and teacher. In general, most parents here are in agreement that there are many loyal teachers who are well-trained and good at what they do on the coast side. But they are invested in our children beyond the paycheck. They do their great teaching and stay working here despite the pay rewards. I think most of these teachers struggle to live and thrive on the coast side or within easy driving distance. This is so sad to see them to have to choose to keep working here or take a better paying job elsewhere. And then there are those teachers that come in because they either need to get their first job started somewhere, or they seem to be drifters that move from year to different schools. These teachers are here because we are desperately trying to fill the low paying job openings we have. Some new teachers use us as a stepping stone to many other schools nearby that pay significantly more. Our children become their training ground only. I realize that everybody needs to start somewhere, but it seems like my children have had more than their fair share of inexperienced, poorly skilled teachers that have not improved as the year goes on. They usually end up not returning the following year. One of my children who actually enjoys school and would like to learn has teachers where they are better taught from YouTube videos, spending additional time at home trying to process what their teacher was unable to explain to the class. Many of these teachers rely on kids teaching themselves through online work. My family would like to ask the school board to use any funds possible, especially any given to help support teachers to our teachers. They deserve more pay to keep up with the times and to encourage those great ones to stay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John William Parsons. I'm the head varsity coach up at the high school. I'm a business owner. I went to all through Cabrillo. I went to Farallon. I went to Cunha. I raised my nephew, who's a freshman. So I'm a really alumni of this district. And first, I would like to apologize to everyone in this room, the teachers, that we have to be here today. First and foremost, I think it's ridiculous. Coming from a financial background, just looking at some of the financial numbers that are on websites, it's staggering. It's mind-blowing that there's no COLA adjustments is just crazy. As a financial person, it just doesn't make sense. As a longtime resident, it's frustrating. It's embarrassing. As a Half Moon Bay resident, we need to do better. We have to find a way to do better. What's going on is not right. It needs to change. A quick story, and I know there's a lot of teachers that follow this mold, but David Badette is my JV coach. He dropped into our labs about 3 years ago. He's a teacher at the high school. If you were to create a teacher in a lab, this is the person that you would want. He's young, he's energetic, he loves the kids, he loves his job, he's passionate about everything that he does extracurriculars, he's the golf coach now, he does everything, okay? And I check in with him every single year and I say, David, hey, how long are you gonna be here? I don't know how long I'm gonna do this. Love to have you take it over. He tells me the same thing. John, I love it here. I love it here. I love my coworkers. I love the kids. I love the work. But John, I can go make $20,000 to $30,000 doing the exact same job right over the hill. I spend a lot of nights thinking about this. This is not just hyperbole. This is not me just saying this. It goes through my mind all the time. I dread the conversation that I'm going to have with David Badette, because at some point he's going to tell me, John, I'm leaving. John, I need to do what's best for myself, and I'm leaving. You can't lose teachers like that. And there's dozens of them here that follow that same mold. You can't lose them, okay? Half Moon Bay is such a special place. It's such a special community. We have great families. We have great kids. They need great teachers. You have to give them a reason to stay. They need a reason to stay. Just give them a reason to stay. And I know my time is going, so the last thing I'll say is to all you teachers, to everybody in the room, thank you, okay? Thank you so much for what you do. We love you. We need you. We support you, and we are going to be here to fight with you, okay? So thank you.
Okay, sorry, this is a name it's harder for me to read. Efron Virgin? Thank you. And then let me queue up a few more people. To queue up a few more people, I think it's J.R. Miller, Tom Longacre, Patty Clivo, and Brogan Riley.
Brogan, ma'am.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Jamie Dioli. Go ahead.
My name is Efrain Virgen, and notice how I'm using my teacher voice, right? Yeah. Thank you. All right. So I'm reading on the behalf of Deanne McCambridge. In the words of Martin Luther King, I had a dream. My special needs son has been enrolled in Cabrillo Unified School District for about 13 years. Their dream is to learn to read and to be able to do math. At every IEP meeting, my husband and I have asked that to be part of that IEP. The district has failed not only my sons, but other special needs kids. Approximately $13,714 is spent per child to educate them. Where is the money going? These valuable children deserve a curriculum, one that they can use from day one to the end of high school. Instead, it is a mismatched mess without any plan. Where is the ELA and the COLA money going towards? In conclusion, CUSD has a real problem in their hands. Not giving the teachers a cost of living adjustment. It's time to show some accountability to the teachers who are out there on their own to make their son's life better at school. And as you see, I have 45 seconds left. Where's the money gone? Yeah. Where's the money gone, Miss Kimberly? Who's the accounting? Who's accounting? Where? I'm a recently alumni, and youth believe that this is possible. Notice how I don't have anyone's eye contact? Mr. Jesus, thank you. As you can see, how many people are in here right now fighting for this money? For the $6 million that is nowhere to be seen in their wallets. With these living, where do y'all live? Do you guys live over the hill in a nice $2 million house?
Thank you, Catalina.
My name is Jaya Miller, and I'm a senior at Half Moon Bay High School.
I've been enrolled in the Cabrillo Unified School District since I was 5 years old. I went to Fairlawn View and I loved it. I still remember all my teachers, Miss Linda, Miss Diana, Miss Murray, and Mr. Denault. Those teachers taught me to love learning and got me excited about coming to school each day. Something so special about this experience is that I still get to share it with others to this day. I am now a coach at Gymtown Gymnastics and often ask my students where they go to school and what teacher they have. Many of them are in Mr. Denault's class this year, and we bond over having the same teacher. The same thing happens in reverse with my own gymnastics coach, and I talking about how we both had Miss Trainer for high school calculus or Mr. Hoskins for social studies. Being able to connect across generations through positive school experiences is something so unique that I fear our tight-knit community would lose if teachers that have impacted hundreds of students, some of them over multiple generations, were forced to leave the coast-side. Throughout my K-12 education, as I reflect on the most impactful classes I've had, a similar theme runs throughout. It's not the subject that makes the class enjoyable, it's the teacher who's teaching it. My favorite teachers have been those who truly care about their students, the ones who, like Mr. Murray, always had a cool demonstration for us, to Dr. Yerby, who handwrote us all good luck notes before the AP biology test, to Miss Wolk, who taught us how to dance, to Mr. Cox, who dedicated his lunches every single day to the leadership class, to my mom, Miss Bunkin, who I've seen firsthand spend several days working on a single lesson plan, trying to make it the best it can be. These teachers have stuck with our small little district throughout the years, staying for the students in a place that is one of the most expensive to live in a job that pays not nearly enough. Our teachers deserve better, and not just the teachers. Our students deserve better. All those little kids in Mr. Denault's class right now, going to Cunha next year and then to Half Moon Bay High School after that. They deserve teachers who inspire them, who push them to be their best, who instill that love of learning. Allow these teachers to be able to stay in our community, allow them to be able to stay at our schools. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say sorry if I take more than 2 minutes, but hi, my name is Bergen Riley, and I'm a junior at Half Moon Bay High School, and I wanted to talk to you guys about the inequalities that our teachers face. They on average work 60 hours a week and go above and beyond for delivering us an education, with amazing lesson plans and activities that help teach every student individually. The fact that their income will not be increased enough to meet their cost of living adjustment needs and health benefits are being threatened and revoked is ridiculous and upsetting because our teachers do not deserve this mistreatment. As a 1% raise is absolutely ridiculous, some of my absolute favorite teachers are having to decide if they will be able to stay here next year. These teachers have the most important job in the world, and they're getting paid the least. We are nothing without our teachers. I moved here freshman year, and I've never been to a school where we have so many teachers that are just amazing and are able to really engage with their students individually. I think it's absolutely crazy. My brother goes here. He goes to the Cunha Middle School, and I am honestly sad to see that he's going to have to go through that process of not being able to have one teacher through a whole year, having to have subs that are long-term or just people that don't even know how to do their job. We have so many amazing teachers like Miss Jansen, Miss B, and so many others, and the sad thing is that I don't even know if I'll be able to see them next year. And they try so hard to do everything that they can for our students, and it's just terrible that I might not even be able to see them for my senior year. Yeah, I think that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
I didn't take 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Tom Longacre. My wife is Lisa Longacre, a longtime teacher in this district. I wanted to be here tonight to support her and to support the rest of the teachers in this district. I have been a 35-year teacher myself, and I have not been able to work in this community. I would have loved to have been able to work in this community for 35 years. We raised our kids in this community. My kids went to these schools, but we cannot afford to live here, and I could not afford to work here. So I had to commute 30 miles for a better paying job as a teacher. 30 miles, okay? Your job is to attract and retain the best possible teachers. You cannot attract teachers by offering them 0%. You cannot retain them by offering them 1%. Teachers are not going to stay. I don't know how these teachers stay here. I know some of them. I know a lot of these teachers in this district. They love their students. They care about their students. But love and care do not pay the bills. Love and care does not pay for medical insurance. The cost of medical insurance keeps going up, and you've offered 1% raise. How do you look them in the face and say, here is 1%? That is insulting. A 1% raise? If you told me you're offering me a 1% raise, I'm saying I am gone. I am out. I am leaving. You can go over the hill and make $30,000 more a year. When I told my wife I was going to speak tonight, I went and looked at salaries. A beginning teacher here makes $30,000 less than a beginning teacher over the hill. They have to work 12 years to make what a first-year teacher makes over the hill. 12 years to make what a teacher over the hill makes in his first year. You got to do better than 1%.
I was reminded before I came up here about an email exchange I had with Dr. McFetridge a few years ago when the girls' high school team won their second CCS championship. And he'd been on the job not very long, actually. And I was kind of surprised that the girls had played and done so well, and we'd never seen this new superintendent anywhere near any of the basketball games. We saw the whole community around. And I was like, it's so strange because the previous superintendent, she couldn't wait to be at all of our games rooting us on. And I thought to myself, well, this guy doesn't live here, so he probably doesn't really that invested in the community per se. So, and it's kind of a long commute back to San Francisco. So the guy wants to get on the road and head on down and not be around for all the winning times that we have and the great times that we have and the investments that we have. So I asked some of my teacher friends, do you ever see Dr. McFetridge at your schools? Does he ever come and see your students? Does he have any interactions with you guys as teachers? Does he have any idea what time or energy you put into our classrooms? And they're like, no, he's never been on our campus. He's never been in our classroom. He doesn't see our children. I've never seen him on campus. We've had a lot of events. I've never seen him there, very seldom. So then I thought to myself, as I approached tonight, well, what's the school board doing? Like, they live here. They have to be invested in what we have as our schools and our teachers and our community and our children. So what are they doing? Why are they sitting around wondering, oh, should we not pay our teachers a fair wage for what they do? And we've got people over the hill making twice the amount of money. It's expensive. We live here in very expensive homes with property taxes. We've passed measures, bonds. Y'all have been here. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't look at me like you know something I don't know, because we know the numbers, we've seen the numbers, we know there's money. The state has passed it down, they've given us a lot of money. You need to give our teachers money to stay here and help our community be strong and be powerful. We live in a beautiful, wonderful place, and you're tearing it apart by not paying our teachers and making them go over the hill. Come on. Do the right thing. You know what the right thing is to do.
Hello, my name is Patty Clavijo, and that's a great segue to what I'm about to tell you, because I am one of those teachers. I've been a Coastside resident for 24 years. I live right next door. I used to walk to school every day. A wonderful walk where I got to meet my colleagues and my students along the way. I missed that. My daughter went through school through the immersion program. She graduated at the high school and had many of these fine half-day high school teachers who were my former colleagues. She's doing great now because of our school district, but when she was here, there were problems too. but they seem to have gotten solved in more respectful ways than what's going on right now. I came tonight, I don't teach here anymore. I live here, I pay my taxes for certain, but why am I here? Because I couldn't believe when my colleagues told me you gave them a 1% offer after negotiating countless times. In my school district, that would have never have gone through. I'll tell you a little bit of my school district because I'm here to recruit too. I left in 2015 because my workload was crushing me and my salary wasn't supporting me. So I put out my resume, and because I was hired along with many of these colleagues, I got picked up in a day. That's why I teach still. I came tonight again because these are my friends and my colleagues, but they also taught my own kid. Every time I think about how nice it would be not to have my 40-minute commute, that is the drawback of leaving our community, there's a commute. So we take on that sacrifice because that's how bad it is here compared to there. Anywhere there. I'm telling you, anywhere there. On that side of the hill. My district is very student-centered. They pour all their energy into students, and sometimes teachers are like, wait a second, what about us? But that's not how they treat us, because they know we are as important in that role, because it's without our support that the students wouldn't be supported. And they show that because they want our consistency of teaching. They know that a kid, who, like some of you who've had, how many substitute teachers have you had over the years? How consistent is that? It's not consistent. The research shows that they are at a disadvantage now. My district does all that it can to retain us, including giving us 3 raises, including a COLA, very healthy, respectful raises in the 8 years that I've worked there. Not the one in the past, how many years? 5 years, I guess. You got one raise. Not only that, but it's the school board. I have school board members walk through my classroom, talk to me, shake my hand, thank me, and ask, what can I do for you? Teacher. Those school board members have supported every one of those raises. I love my community schools and miss my talented and dedicated Cougar colleagues. But the management here and the disrespect you show these teachers does not make my return an option in my brain. And again, we're looking for math and English teachers.
I want to thank all of the people who have spoken in person tonight. I've scanned through an additional 32 comments that, given we're already at an hour and 15 minutes, the 32 comments on the same topic will be published with the minutes next month. So I really appreciate everyone who's come out to speak in person, and you share a very compelling story and explanation of what's on the hearts of our neighbors, our parents, our teachers, our students. I would. Okay. Excuse me, please. I would like to invite. I'm going to ask for CUTA and CSEA representatives.
Now you know how it feels like not to be heard for so many years.
Excuse me, please sit down. Please sit down. Next up, we will take a break after our communications section here. CUTA representatives.
Kat, can you hear me? You know, I just want to say my heart is so big tonight. Everyone walks up to me and says, Mr. Cox, when are you retiring? That is literally the question I get every day. And tonight inspires me. And tonight it wants me to stay. I see these ex-students. I see these great teachers. I see Johnny Parsons. I see all these people. This is what it's about. This is why I stayed here for 37 years. And I cannot thank the community. I cannot thank the community enough. And as I go back over to the school board, remember all year I kept saying, I'm going to be alone. I kept saying it. It's just going to be me. I gave you chance after chance after chance after chance. I told you in December, winter's coming. I told you.
You did.
I can't wait. I can't push them back forever. I'm going to make sure we're going to give you as much time to fix it. I thought you were going to fix things. I was hoping you're going to have some serious discussions and fix and change, find out who did wrong things, deal with all those wrong things, correct them, and make this a place that teachers would want to come back to. That's what I was hoping for. Obviously, it did not happen. In December, I tried to keep it real positive, and everyone said, no, things are getting better. And then the negotiators came back and said, it was a slap in the face, giant slap in the face. 15% COLA by the state, and you guys said, hey, we'll give you 1, but we'll take away health care and cut that. So it was not good. And I only have 2 questions for out here, and I just want to kind of see a hand, just so we kind of get an idea. And by the way, my speech went from an hour and a half to about 5 minutes because the students and parents, you guys are awesome. I'm curious, how many teachers here in the next 6 weeks are going to get their letters of recommendations organized? All right. How many have lost faith in district leadership? Ridiculous. Wait, we got to fix it. We got to fix it. We got to fix it. All right. Now, as we move on, I want to talk about division. It's been obvious that people have been trying to divide the union, trying to put us out. And I took over last year because of what I saw at the end of the year. And it was obvious that you were hoping that I think the healthcare was going to split us apart. And that this was going to be it. We're going to get this district, we're going to make this teacher union fall apart. Look it. We're stronger than ever. This union is stronger than ever. As I teach 8th grade history, we know that the British tried to do nothing but divide and conquer. They tried and they tried. And all it did was get the people, and everyone started to keep getting involved. What's happened here, as we see, is we've become a more perfect union. Now, I was going to review all the numbers, but I think everyone has all the numbers, right? I think everyone's got it. So I am going to go ahead and skip that. I have about 50 letters from extra ones that were sent. I'm going to skip those too. I apologize for some students who sent me personal emails and said, could you please read them because it's going to be a long night, and I'm going to skip that too. What I'm going to get to last, and the last thing I want to talk about is, I said this early in the year, I talked about the engine. I don't know if some people remember. I gave us a story about teachers are the engine of the school. Teachers are the engine for what goes on in the district. And I kept saying that the engine light's been on. It's been on. I told you this. It's blinking. It's been on for 2 years, and it's blinking like crazy. And I kept saying you can, and I think what the solution was, You guys were looking at that engine light and saying, well, if we put a little wax on it, things will be good. If we dump an inch of oil in it, the engine will be fine. If we shine the wheels, it might be better. And maybe if we buy a better radio, it'll be better. Well, we're at the point now where that engine light and that car are going to stop. They're going to stop working. We're at that point. It's going to stop working. The car is going to be on the side of the road. Now, please remember, as we talk about this, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't. And I'm going to talk to the school board now. Paradigm, it's time to switch. You've got to come together and look and say, this is, obviously, we've messed up. We are going in a direction that is 100% wrong. We need to turn this entire district, readjust, refocus, re-energize. It's time. Is this going to be easy for you guys? No, it's a hard job, but it is the job you got voted for. And just go and sit down and say, we've got to fix it. We've got to make this a strong, we've got to make people want to stay. We've got to make teachers, John Parsons has just introduced me to this young, great kid. I want teachers here for 37 years. I want them here. I want them to be veterans. I don't want them leaving. So, as I leave today, I just want to thank once again the community for the outpouring. It's just great to hear the students, to see the students, my ex-students. I tried to get some teachers who were my ex-students to speak, but they didn't. So I just can't, and I'm just going to end with, once again, the school board. It's not going to be an easy job, but it's going to be the right job. You can do the right thing, and you can make it, you can fix it. It's not too late. Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda.
Everyone's spoken.
Next on the agenda is CSEA representatives.
Good evening, Board President Hines, board members, Dr. McFetrich. Today I stand before you to celebrate and acknowledge the unsung heroes of our educational system, our classified members. They are part of the backbone of our schools. Thank you. These dedicated people often work behind the scenes, play a pivotal role in ensuring the smooth functioning of our schools. From the moment a student steps on the school grounds, classified members are there, tirelessly working to create a safe, clean, and conducive environment for learning. They are the custodians that maintain our classrooms, the campus security who ensure the safety of our students, and the dedicated staff in the school cafeteria who provide nourishment for our students. The impact of classified members extends beyond the physical aspects of our school. Classified staff contribute to the seamless operation of school maintenance and transportation services. From the library to computer services, classified members are the people who make that possible. Consider the paraeducators who provide invaluable support to both teachers and students, and the individuals in technology services who keep our classrooms equipped with technology for everyday learning. Every aspect of the child's educational journey is touched in some way by the dedication and hard work of our classified members. Let us not forget that these individuals are not just employees. They are mentors, caregivers, and role models for our students. The relationships formed between classified members and students extend far beyond the confines of job descriptions. Their influences shape the daily experiences of our youth, fostering an environment where every child can thrive. We are actively negotiating with the district to improve our members' wages, as we are the lowest paid in CUSD. The support staff deserves a raise as well. To our classified members, I thank you, and I thank you for all your dedication to the well-being of our students. And thank you for your time.
This brings us to our board member reports. I am hoping that, and this is the statement that I actually had prepared, just very brief. I'm hoping that we, the board, our superintendent, and all staff members presenting, do our part to start streamlining meetings, being clear and concise. No one gets a prize for filibuster here. Seriously, we've ordered copies of the CSBA call to order in hopes of streamlining the agenda. And next month, we will have an agenda item titled Governance, so the board members can speak publicly with each other about our running of the meeting and ways that we might improve. So thank you all for your patience. Also, for board comments tonight, if we can try to keep it to 2 minutes, unless we're speaking in 2 languages, then of course, use the time necessary. So that's, I'm going to forego any other comments that I had tonight, and other board members. Mary Beth?
I'm dying to go because I just want to tell you that for the teacher compensation, fair pay, I'm with you. I agree with what everyone has said. In fact, that's why I joined the board, because I was so curious about what was going on, because I kept hearing that our teachers were so differently paid here. And that's really why I joined the board, because I wanted to know what was going on. And really what I found is horrifying to me, because what I found is structural racism. And I have found it terrible that we are being paid at a rate of 1/2 to 1/3 of what districts over the hill are getting. And I think it's horrible. And I think about structural racism. I think about when I see a Hollywood movie, if it's about an inner city school, the school always looks terrible and it's a bunch of kids of color and the school is all worn out. So I think all across our country, we have a problem with structural racism in our schools. So we have a school that is majority brown kids, and we're getting half of the funding they're getting over the hill, or 1/3 of the funding they're getting over the hill. So I think it's terrible, and I wish some of this energy could be, we need to put some of this energy towards fixing some of that structural racism that's happening. So there are other things too that we can do, I think, as far as cost savings. The more we save money, the more we'll have to give salaries. So I encourage all of you, if you see any waste or things that aren't working for schools at the school.
Excuse me, we listened to all of the public comments respectfully, and I would ask that you listen to the board members respectfully too. Go ahead, Mary Beth.
And also, just so you know, we're not allowed to go back and forth with comments, just because when we talk, it has to be agendized in the board packet. So anyway, with that being said, yes, I think it's terrible. We're getting paid 1/2 to 1/3 of what they have over the hill. I do want to switch gears a little bit here. I want to congratulate Catalina on her being inducted into the San Mateo County Women's Hall of Fame. It's a super big deal, and she is one of only 6 women, not just kids, this is for everyone in our county, being inducted this year, and she's at Half Moon Bay High School. She's being recognized for her community service, her academic achievement, and acts of courage in her daily life. That's how they pick these people. So way to go, Catalina. I also want to congratulate Jenny Walker because she's also being inducted. So out of the 6 people, we have 2 from the Coast Side, which way to go, Coast Side. I think that's amazing. She actually is one of our partners we work with. She's part of the board of Coast Side Pride, a past president. So thank you both, way to represent. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I also just wanted to talk a little bit about the public interaction I've had this week, just so everyone is on the same page about what's going on. I got a handful of emails from some retired teachers and parents. I had many people coming up to me thanking me for what I was doing and saying they feel sorry for me and to hang in there. So thank you, all of you. I didn't really realize what was going on for a while, but I know now. A few parents came to me angry that teachers are using class time to talk about teacher discontent with the children. I don't know, and I've seen this for years. So anyway, go on. A few parents have also come to me wondering what is happening. They've been emailing with a teacher and about their kids, something going on with their kids, and the teacher had said in the email that the parents should prepare themselves for a work stoppage this semester. I didn't know anything about that, so apparently that's out there. They asked me what is going on, and I guess they need to talk to the union about that. But so I wanted to let people know that I've had a couple comments about that. I do expect us to negotiate in good faith. I know we're going to the mediation table, and I expect our staff to go in with a positive attitude for that. And lastly, we're all here together. I don't like these imaginary lines being between us and you and them and us. So I will say that if we gave a nice fat raise, that the county would kick it back and they would not allow us to do it. So, we are required by law.
Mary Beth,
okay,
wrap up.
Yeah, okay.
2 minutes. Give them 2 minutes.
If
Raise your own pay?
I get paid. I don't work at the district office. So anyway, I just want to say that I agree with you, and it would not be. We have to work with our county board of education, and if we gave a huge raise right now, they would kick it back. They would not approve it. So thank you.
Thank you. Sophia, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have 3 things to say. Number 1, I love that poster back there that you're holding up, the Fund Public Education. That's what we need. That one too, I love that one. That one, I love it too. This is what we need, Fund Public Education. So that's my first thing I want to say. My second thing, also been thinking about Catalina as well, since it was announced that she had been thinking about Catalina since it was announced that she had been honored with the Hall of Fame recognition together with Jenny Walter from Coast Pride. I've known Catalina since she was 5 years old. So it's pretty amazing to see what amazing human being you become, Catalina, and I'm so excited for you as you go off to college and pursue a degree in whatever you end up with, but I know this experience has been enriching for you as a person, as a professional, and you will make great things happen in your world. So I'm glad we have you for 3 more months, though, so it's not goodbye yet. Woo, everybody, Catalina. All right. Lastly, I just want to also invite folks to join the City of Half Moon Bay's Remembrance Ceremony this weekend. As folks might remember, it was about a year ago where we had a tragic loss of life in our community 1 year ago, almost to the day. The City of Half Moon Bay is holding a remembrance ceremony this weekend. I hope folks can be there and show respect for the families that were left behind. and to continue the process for our community in healing from that tragic event. It's scheduled for 4 to 6 p.m. at the CUSD Boys and Girls Club Event Center with a walking candlelight procession to MacDutra Park after that, presumably weather permitting. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Sophia. Lizette or Carmen? Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your hearts with us. We are definitely listening and we are doing the absolute best we can do. Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos. Voy a hablar primero en español. Normalmente primero hablo en español porque tengo el privilegio de ser bilingüe y me da tanta alegría de ver a tantos latinos, tantas papás, mamás aquí presentes. Muchas gracias por venir y muchas gracias por apoyar no nada más a los maestros, pero a sus hijos, que al final del día es porque todos están aquí. Muchas gracias a todos y gracias por tomar el tiempo de venir. I usually always start in Spanish because I am privileged to be bilingual. And I just want to say how I'm very thankful and grateful to see all of the Latino community who is here today and who is here present to support the teachers, to support their students. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for being here. And one last thing, no he estado presente por algunas razones, pero por favor, si se sienten más a gusto hablando conmigo, y que no les dé pena del idioma, nada de eso, por favor, si me ven, si quieren mandarme un correo o llamarme por teléfono, yo siempre estoy más que dispuesta para escucharlos. Y muchas gracias por estar aquí. I just want to apologize, I haven't been here for the last 2 months, but I am always willing and able to talk to anyone if you feel more comfortable in Spanish or if you just want to reach out. So please email or call me, and thank you so much for being here.
Next, we have Catalina's student board member report.
Okay, so I have 2 things. I'll start with my normal report out. Okay, so for El Granada will be participating in the Great Kindness Challenge next week. We are excited. We've added some new layers and awards to our PBIS work, and students are loving it. Grades K through 4 are really enjoying their STEAM classes with Ms. Maker. Our annual Family Sweetheart Dance is coming up on February 10th. At Fairlawn View, our top 10 or so finalists from Fairlawn View's Classroom Spelling Bees in December will compete in a school-wide spelling bee on January 22nd. January 22nd also marks the start of our Great Kindness Challenge. Kindness checklists are ready for distribution, and students will also be participating in a school-wide art project to celebrate kindness. At Hatch, PTO is preparing for our end-of-month readathon with daily activities, including a visit from author Charlotte Ching. At Kings Mountain, we are gearing up for the Great Kindness Week Challenge, and all our students have decorated to-go bags for Hope's Corner with colorful designs and messages to spread cheer. Kings Mountain is also submitting 25 collaborative pieces of art featuring peaceful cooperations for the Coastal Arts Gallery show in April on January 31st. Cunha Intermediate, the end of December has had several highlights. The winter dance took place, the lip sync contest, reindeer run, multiple girls and boys basketball games, and environmental science field trip for the 6th graders. This week, quarter 2 report cards will be mailed to parents. Also, the 5th grade family night will take place on January 31st. At Half Moon Bay High School, winter athletics are in full swing. There are sporting events almost every day on campus. 8th grade open house will be on January 23rd. It will be a hybrid of what our open house and 8th grade parent night is. It will have a brief presentation, and then families will travel to different departments for individual presentations. Safe Space is growing and planning events for the support the social and emotional well-being of our students. College Board acknowledges Half Moon Bay High School for our growing trend of having at least 50% female participation in our computer science classes. Currently, 57% are female from 29% in the 2021 school year. CTE has some exciting events coming up this spring. Our building and construction students are going to build a chicken coop for the new ag farm. Building construction is also planning to enter its first ever design competition this spring. Ms. Longacre is taking students to the upcoming CSM block party field trip on February 2nd. And yesterday during advisory, Kyle Hoos from Boston Dynamics visited Half Moon Bay High School with his robot Spot. And then lastly, at Pilarcitos held a send-off party for students graduating or moving to other educational programs. And with that success, we were able to enroll more students from Half Moon Bay High School who need our program to graduate. We are very proud of all they've accomplished and look forward to seeing them all at our graduation ceremony in the spring. Our team has been working with our Director of Education Support Services, Martha Ladd, and the High School Special Education Department to identify as early as possible students with IEPs who have become credit deficient and give them additional assistance, including next year a section at Half Moon Bay High School specifically for their credit recovery. The intent is to support them to graduate at Half Moon Bay High School and not have them be required to transfer to continuation at Pilarcitos. Our current enrollment is around 40% students with disabilities, and we aim to reduce the disparity. This initiative has been funded by a grant from the Learning Communities for School Success Program. And then I have this. So I know we've heard lots of speeches tonight, but as student board rep, I feel it is my responsibility to kind of sum up the feelings of CUSD students. Whether it be jumping with excitement while teaching like Senor Dubon, creating a comfortable, safe space in your classroom like Ms. Bunkin, engaging students with your historical wardrobe like Mr. Cox, or even teaching the youngest of our students to read like Senora Foster. Every single teacher in CUSD works hard every day to help our students succeed and have access to the best educational opportunities possible. I would not be sitting up here right now if it wasn't for the empowerment and strength of teachers that have instilled in me. Our teachers always put effort into lesson planning, teaching, dealing with off-task students, answering emails late into the night, grading, and yet many still give up their own lunches and breaks to give extra support to our students. Teachers in our district genuinely care about students and will do whatever it takes to help us accomplish greatness. The coast-side is so small and tight-knit, our teachers are essential to the entire community, not just students. Teachers not only teach us our academic material, but also life lessons we will carry with us into adulthood and into our community. Having hardworking, passionate, and incredible teachers as opposed to long-term subs is important to the entire coast-side. We as students want teachers that inspire, are dedicated, and enthusiastic about helping the next generation prepare for the world. Future leaders deserve the best teachers, and the best teachers deserve pay that supports them and allows them to stay on the coast-side, pay their bills, and maintain a happy and healthy lifestyle. As representative of the student body of the district, we as students of CUSD demand the best for our amazing teachers. Keep teachers on the coast side. Thank you.
Thank you, Catalina.
Also, I know that there are a lot of students that normally don't come out to these meetings. I just want to let you know if anyone would like to, any students ever have any concerns or anything that you'd like me to bring up to the board, I am the representative. You could just search my name in the Gmail, and I answer emails pretty frequently. So just let me know, send me an email if you ever need to talk about anything or any concerns. I'm happy to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Catalina. Dr. McFetridge.
Well, I don't know if people are ready to hear it, but I hope they will. I want to thank everyone who's spoken today. We are listening. We are taking notes. For those who are looking for easy answers, the answers are not easy, and I would encourage you to look and join us as we talk. We've been talking over the last year about the budget woes we've had. I just want to correct some information that I heard earlier. Someone compared us to Pescadero La Honda. I want to remind people that the per pupil funding for this district is $15,101, and at Pescadero La Honda it's $36,852. At South San Francisco Unified School District, the funding per pupil is about $3,500 more per pupil than we get. I feel the pain. Okay. I believe it or not, I do have a heart that beats. I do hear I do feel I have been speaking to people. I have been in this district. So I also do want to correct quickly. First of all, I heard Raphael Dubon, who I admire greatly, say at the beginning of the meeting, the system is broken. I would say that the system is broken. I've heard, please, if I may, sir. People have suggested that there are deep roots, that this is a decades-old problem, the cost of living on the coast has gotten bigger, that we've always been at the bottom for decades. That's what I heard from today's speeches. So I just want to say we will continue to work at the bargaining table. We will continue to work at the bargaining table and try to negotiate in good faith with our CUTA and CSEA representatives. With that said, I just do want to conclude. I do want to conclude by noting that on the consent agenda, we will be celebrating in February African American History Month. I think that's important for us as a community to acknowledge. We've been doing that for the past 4 or 5 years. I want to make sure that we acknowledge that. I want to thank teachers, classified staff, administrators, and students for acknowledging all our Heritage Months each month. And I understand and hear the concerns in the room. Thank you. That'll end my comments per your request.
Thank you. I move that we take a 10-minute break.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5+1. At the December 14, 23 school board meeting, Hatch teacher Abby Foster addressed the board regarding the many students who are coming to school socially and emotionally unprepared. She reported that classified and certificated staff are overwhelmed with extreme behaviors that in the past were outliers. Many students require one-on-one adult attention because of increasingly challenging behaviors, including conflict with peers and adults, impulsivity, bursts of anger, and persistent verbal disruptions. Hatch staff has been punched, kicked, and spit on this school year by a variety of students. Imagine if excessive crying, screaming, and conflict happened daily in your workplaces. Hatch staff thought perhaps that district personnel would reach out to discover more information about the heart-wrenching behavior of these students. We thought district personnel would reflect upon the effect these behaviors would have on the learning and mental health of classroom peers. This did not happen. These issues have been aired internally to district staff and in public by Ms. Foster to the governing board. Nothing has happened to assuage the suffering and behaviors of the students. In fact, teachers who have found mental health services for students from San Mateo County were told that these services cannot be delivered on Cabrillo campuses because of insurance issues. So it is with surprise that Hatch teachers saw that on the consent agenda for tonight's meeting, that item 5C is a short-term employment contract for a position at our site that would train staff, office staff. Why? Our office staff is trained and fully competent. This position is unneeded and redundant.
It will not address student needs. It is just another example of the disconnect between student needs and district management. Furthermore, didn't the San Mateo County Office of Education state that no dollars should be spent unless the dollars benefited students? Fiscal analysis, absolute waste of dollars that should be spent on students. Recommendation, do not approve this position. Respectfully submitted. Silvo Aguilar, Brenda De Jesus, Celeste Fulweiler, Michael Payton, Ramon Macias, Luisa Hernandez, Diana Garcia Clavero, Chris Doby, Marlena Ramirez, Marianne Benson, Katie Handelman, Kathleen Wall, and Pam Monacetti.
And just to clarify for the public, that comment was in relation to a consent item, personnel action, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Just so people know, I have checked in with staff. They did actually check in with leadership at Hatch after that comment was made. I will ask Dr. Bhatia, our Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services, to work also with Martha Ladd, our Director of Educational Support Services, who I know visited and met with the principal there and staff there, but I will ask them to revisit this issue because I know that they had checked in, but they can check in again. And finally, in relation to that, that is how it got brought up as context, but this was about a short-term contract for Kathy Gray, who retired recently as an office manager as a way to provide some support and some systems for a new administration and new office manager there.
Thank you for that clarification. Rosie?
Okay, this item requires roll call. Kimberly?
Aye.
Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Sophia? Catalina?
Aye.
Passes 5+1.
Next on the agenda is Half Moon Bay High School Site Board presentation.
Of course, we want to welcome Andy Boysen, and thank you, Mr. Boysen, for coming here to present. And thanks for those of your colleagues who are still here to hear you present. But thank you, Mr. Boysen. It was good seeing you today earlier. It's always good seeing you.
Whoops, I'm on now? Okay. An essential part, though, of this is also to express my sincere and earnest gratitude for my site colleagues who do their best to provide a supportive and meaningful education for our students and their families. I would also like to recognize two close colleagues of mine who I've worked with for many years and who I've come to respect very much and deeply and care about. Deanna Tower, Assistant Principal of Curriculum and Instruction, and David Jones, Student Services Assistant Principal. Without them as my team, I don't imagine how I could do my job. So I'm so very grateful for them. And again, for my colleagues at my site, who really are the driving engine, the glue, the workforce that makes it all happen. So on the agenda item, I'm not going to go over that in detail, but I will just say that I'll work from giving more informational-oriented things, celebrations of things that I would like to point out and take pride in and recognize, and also work to the things that are our goals, and also to look at things that are items of growth that we need to keep our eye on, form a plan, and follow through on that plan to seek improvement, which in public education, I think as everybody knows, is a process toward that continuous improvement, toward trying to strive and stretch and seek better results for students and their families and the community at large. Okay, our vision. So this vision, I'm going to go over vision and our student learning outcomes. This was developed during our last WASC, our Western Association of Schools and Colleges visit 6 years ago. We had another visit 2 years ago, and we will have a return 6-year self-study next year. So we're preparing for that. And so in our vision, provide a strong, comprehensive education for all of our students in order to prepare for and value citizenship, employment, and further education. And our mission to go along with that, Half Moon Bay High School is committed to providing a physically, emotionally, and socially safe environment, and to maintain an atmosphere which students develop the desire to learn by working in partnership with parents, staff, and community. And we strive to cultivate participation, enthusiasm, and success, all of which prepare our students to function in a rapidly changing world. So our vision, mission, and our learner outcomes. And again, these are from our last 6 years self-study that we did. And we have 3 categories: academic achievement, excellence in communication, and citizenship. Like our recent strategic plan that we continue to work on and refine and make connections with our LCAP and with our site, we make connections with our LCAP, with our SIPSA, and then help to develop our learner outcomes and our mission and vision. I do look forward to when our colleagues next year really take a look at these things and see how we can update them, make them more applicable to the world we are living in now rather than 6 years ago, and just to see how we can really hone where we want our students to be as they graduate as Half Moon Bay High School students. So that's our plan for next year. We'll begin work on that this spring, and it will take the full year, and we will have a visit in March of next year from that committee. So next up, some celebrations here. One of the things that I see as a vision, as me as an educator, one of the things I value is trying to get students outside of the classroom and experiencing things that directly relate to the curriculum instruction that they are provided in the classroom. That applicability to real life circumstances, to hands-on experiences, to just moving one's body out into the world and seeing something relating to what they learn is something that I truly value. And I think it leads to genuine experiences, and it really sparks students' interest. It shakes things up and gets them to see the world in a different way. So I put together a series of photographs that I can comment on. This first slide here is oriented toward our ag program. It's part of our CTE program. But before it was part of the CTE program, anybody who's lived on the coast side knows full well that agriculture is an essential part to life in this community. And so just some scenes from FFA events. On the left, it looks like showing of some hogs or pigs. And then on the right, it looks like another larger event in which our FFA group attended. And there's our classroom here on campus in which there appears to be an agricultural meeting of some kind. So again, this is something that I want to emphasize here is the things that students do outside of the classroom. On the left-hand side here, you can see a music performance for this winter performance that we had. I want to give particular credit to our students in band who were able to rally and rise above and organize themselves and really show the true meaning of the phrase, the show must go on. And they did a wonderful job, of which I'm so proud of them for. On the right-hand side here, we have a field trip from the counseling office to UC Santa Cruz. Again, getting our students out, seeing the college campus, experiencing that, hopefully sparking interest of how they want to be as adults. More student photographs. On the left-hand side here, this is a field trip, and it's a field trip to Skyline for a CTE day. In the middle, our building and trades program is at an actual job site in the community, and they're explaining how things work. They look at plans, they see how those plans are applied in a real life circumstance. And then on the far right is the Forestry Challenge, which was organized by our science department in conjunction with our CTE program to get our students out. This is Loma Mar, so they're out in the woods. They gathered some data and did some woodsy stuff and engaged in some kind of lumberjack games. So it was a little fun and a little science and everything, a new adventure there. So. And student photographs, this isn't about students off campus, but just about life in the classroom. Here we have our science program, which I'm very proud of, all the offerings that we do have there as well, and that the students take advantage of those offerings, and also another example of a student work in math class. Here's some more mixture of things. We have Ms. Baker. I couldn't pass up that photo of her nice smile doing her work. And my daughter's in her class, and I know she really, really enjoys her experience with her. And we have an assembly in the middle and cheer over to the right-hand side. So trying to cover all aspects, the academic, of course, the extracurricular as well. And I'll talk about athletics in a moment. Just to give you a sense of our demographic, it has not changed significantly. Like you see, we have two dominant majority groups, and then we have other representative groups as well. But everybody knows in the community that where our majorities are, and that shouldn't be a surprise for anybody. General academics. So this is a rundown of the things that. Make sure I have my notes. Okay. Just a rundown of what I consider to be the big priorities, the things that we're setting out to work most aggressively and thoughtfully and methodically toward trying to pay attention to and fulfill and meet our responsibilities. So the first one, provide courses to fulfill CDE graduation requirements, as well as UC and CSU A through G requirements. We want all our students to be able to have the possibility to apply to a four-year school, a UC or a CSU, or out-of-state school or private school, whatever the case is, that they have that option. Not that a four-year school education, a university education is for everyone, but to make sure that we at least give students that option when they graduate and they have choices where they want to go in their adult life. Provide rigorous and meaningful curriculum and instruction focusing on college and career readiness. I'll return to this theme of mine, which is, again, really trying to prepare our students not only for the academic rigors of a university education, but the world of work and the demands that come from that world of work. Teach Common Core English and integrated ELD standards across site. I know this is something that I have tried to emphasize even before when I was an English teacher. I was a department head of English, as a TOSA. Teaching literacy across the site is one of my pillars that I think is something that I have promoted. And my teachers know that I continue to promote it, and they know I won't give up promoting it because they know that literacy is a shared responsibility for access to a more thorough education across the board, but also preparation for not only the world of work, but living life. If people can read, speak, listen, read effectively, then everything else is going to be that much easier for them to be successful. Provide a broad program of study, including 24 advanced placement and honors courses. So for a small school, we do offer quite a bit of those. It can be quite a stretch on the master schedule to try to make that happen. I know the community wants that. We just have to try to put the puzzle together, also be able to meet our funding constraints, and be successful at being prudent, as we need to be now, but also trying to provide as much diverse experiences for our students, rigorous experience as possible. Offer career technical education programs. I'll speak more to that in detail, but I think this is really a wave in education right now, and I hope it continues. Again, trying to give students that practical, hands-on application of what they learn in the classroom. In addition, provide dual and concurrent enrollment opportunities. We're going to go ahead and continue to work on that, grow our relationships. I know we really want to build that with all the campuses within the San Mateo Community College District, and just see how we can leverage how different sites have different strengths, different programs, to see what we can do, but also try to see how our own teachers can also be part of the dual enrollment opportunity for those who have master's degree degrees or who do meet the minimum requirements of the community college district to teach those classes on campus, as well as have those college teachers come onto campus, and eventually with the goal, if we continue to build these relationships, that students can maybe their senior year take a class on campus so they have that sort of transitional experience before they go full on when they after they graduate in August. Offer a 4-year Avid program. We have growing numbers with that, and I'm very happy about that. There is a need there for that. I know it's discontinued at Cunha, but I'm seeing not only students interested at the high school, I think we're having an Avid team that is really starting to coalesce. It's been tough to try to keep people with some rotation of staff in and out of that program, but I know we're getting a good unit together that truly cares about that and serving those students. Just last night, Dr. Yerby and Ms. Valera hosted a FAFSA workshop in her classroom in the evening just to help our Spanish-speaking students who are part of the AVID program, and I really have to commend them for that. Also, it's not in here, but it's going to be emerging, which is our college and career indicator, and that had not been available last year. We're starting to get the data for that, and that's something where I really want to anchor as something for us to take a look at, because it extrapolates several different measures, sets of data, to give us a sense of how prepared are we really in trying to, comprehensive-wise, prepare our students for college and career readiness. School climate objectives. Last year, we did a reboot of PBIS, Positive Behaviors, Interventions, and Supports. And so it's a program across the nation, and we made some good headway with that. We reestablished what our, an acronym which kind of represents our values, which is preparation, responsibility, integrity, dedication, and empathy. And we continue work on that. It's been a little difficult this year because of our transition with Power School and Schoology, and so a lot of the effort that's gone in to try to make that run smoothly. And I want to be mindful as an administrator to not overwhelm our teachers with too many things when they've got one essential thing they have to be able to understand, which is manage Schoology, manage the grade book, make sure those grades get where they need to be in Power School, so that, as you know, all of our responsibility with our seniors' transcripts, or everyone's transcripts for that matter, that's where we really put the emphasis this first part of the year. But we do look to circling back to that program and building it back up to a 3-year sustainable, ongoing type of program. Social emotional learning and climate. Social emotional learning, personal learning plans. Our counselors go into the classroom and address that in addition to academic personal learning plans. We have a wellness center, or we're glad that we found staffing for that. And from that wellness center, we're developing safe space program, and that's growing, and that's student-led. So I'm very excited that anything that originates as a student-centered type of organization, and that they take the lead and they push out their vision to their colleagues, their peers, is just a wonderful thing, and it's an inspiring thing. We're in PBS year 2. We also continue to alternatives to suspension. We continue to not do exclusionary discipline for substance use. We try to involve counseling, involve the families, really feel that there's no need to send someone home, to have them be home for multiple days, miss their education for something which we can try to do from an intervention point of view. Although we still do it for exclusionary discipline for things which relate to violence or other types of things, because it's necessary and required. But however, for anybody who gets suspended, we offer post-suspension counseling, just to make sure that our mental health professionals can try to get a sense of perhaps what's happening with that student. I know Mr. Jones is very essential to also doing that as well, to meeting with students, working on restorative practices, really trying to create a relational type of environment between he and students who might be struggling on a behavioral front or capacity in some way, to try to just redirect that behavior rather than taking punitive measures, which are more punishment oriented. So we really want to continue to embrace that as well. Continued initiatives, Ms. Longacre, she's the Career Tech Coordinator. She's doing a wonderful job of building our capacity there, and I'll talk a little bit more about that capacity in a moment. Our Student Success Advisor, Mr. Berrigan, he assists Mr. Jones particularly as it comes to working with some of our more challenging discipline issues. He's well suited for that job. He's very good at de-escalation, and so they're working hand in hand with that as well. And he was also on the PBIS team last year. So when we feel like the comfort level of Schoology and Power Schools there, then we'll return back. Again, I just don't feel like in this time and climate, as you all are well aware, that us loading on things is probably not going to be received all that well. And we want to go with what can be successful, will be successful. So our Real Life Learning Coordinator, that's funded by the CEF, Karen Hoffman. And I think this has really expanded the opportunities for our students, our career panels, our service jams, really trying to connect the meaning between what the service is, what the volunteer hours are, and what the student cares about. And that's essential, because in the past, the social studies teachers would do it, but it could be just anything. But it was just to check the box. But I think we're getting some momentum that the students are trying to really orient themselves toward what do they care about, and using that for the community service rather than, well, I got to meet these hours and I'm doing 15 different things that don't have a relationship with each other. So I am a supporter of this, and I want to see where we go with this. And then our wellness coordinator, Shanti Betcher. And so she's done a wonderful job, and we really enjoy working with her, and she's continuing to grow the program. New A through G courses, dual enrollment. We added animal science to our ag program to give it a full multiple 4-year options here. And so we're really excited about that. We may do dual enrollment with Feather River Community College with one of our faculty teaching that, but we have to work out some kinks because they want possibly an articulation, but we want dual enrollment. We want our students to be able to take those units and apply them to wherever they want to rather than just this particular community college. So we're in negotiations with that. Programs and relationships. Our CTE pathway will continue to expand. We have digital design, which will be fully rolled out next year. Welding and materials joining, applying that type of sort of building skill, fabrication skill. I forgot that we have broadcasting. I didn't put that on the list, but Mr. Olson has been CTE credentialed. We already have broadcasting classes. He can teach those broadcasting classes. And we're also trying to explore whether or not he can do dual enrollment as well with what's called Digital 100 at CSM, because he has the degree to do that. And that's where I know we'll keep our teachers happy, because they can teach some of these college classes. And then it makes it a bit easier when we need to bring in somebody who's from CSM or Skyline or wherever, and just kind of smooths things a little bit, and gives our teachers a sense of growth. Visual and Performing Arts Master Plan, the integration with the content areas. I'm really a supporter of this. I know the decline in fine arts has competing with STEM or STEAM has been, something that is real. And I grew up in a time where it was much a higher profile in schools. And so I think it also is a challenge for our teachers in their curriculum instruction. How can I want them to teach literacy. I want them to teach their content. Now, how can you do something creative and apply that and wrap that up in a nice combination? So I'm looking forward to see what my teachers come up with that. Again, expanding our dual enrollment, positive behavior, and Link Crew. Link Crew is a program we began this year, but it wasn't really full formed, but our goal for next year is to recruit 9th grade students so that they can be matched with a mentor group of 11th and 12th graders and really help shepherd those students and give them the kind of support they need from a peer-to-peer relationship rather than from a teacher or an administrator relationship. So our goal there is to build that transition strength for our ninth graders, so they start out successful and continue to be successful. And then again, they have that mentor to help. It's a class, so to help them along that journey. Athletics, I want to emphasize, 50%, you can see almost literally right now, 50% participation of our student body. And you can see there's near parity as it comes to gender. We have 27 varsity teams. We're connected with Positive Coaching Alliance. There's off-season conditioning. There's a full-time athletic director. And I've done research about this, and our athletic director in some schools, they're there for the events. They make sure to tend to people who might be injured. But our athletic director really does a fine job of not only tending to those who are injured, but preventing injury, but also in addition to that, treating people so they can get back and participate in their athletics as soon as possible. And that's a great thing. And and another thing, we have a lot of non-cut sports. And I think this really gives students an opportunity to try something they never have. I mean, my daughter really never played any sports. She ran cross country. She did the shot put and the discus, and then she golfed this year. And these are all brand new experiences for her. And I think, some of the sports like football are a little more competitive, maybe baseball, basketball, stuff like that. But in this case, I think it really, it gives our students a low stress environment to really try to stretch and experience something totally new, like shot put, which I never thought my daughter would do. So, athletic photographs, just to show, we got some football, cross country, wrestling, golf, and then our goals here. I'm not going to read these all through in detail, but they are oriented around the LCAP. Goal number 1 matches LCAP number 1, which is it relates to our student achievement, academic, social, emotional connection, and also, academic achievement, our ELA and math success that we're really connecting with, which is what goal 1's more oriented toward, academic achievement. We have goal 2 here, college and career readiness. Again, trying to make sure that our students, there's no barriers, no gatekeeping, really trying to encourage our students, if they meet a graduation requirement, there isn't a series of prerequisites which filter them out of taking perhaps an honors or an AP class, that they go ahead and try to seek that out. Also, we have our dual enrollment and our AVID courses to help provide support for those students as well. And that relates to LCAP goal number 2. And then number 3 here, student and family engagement. Again, that's our goal, and it relates to LCAP goal 3. And then 4 here, a stronger climate that engages. Our main thing is your engagement here, right? Fostering a sense of belonging, connectedness, safety, positivity. Connectedness. The belonging piece, I think, is essential. If students don't feel like a sense of belonging, then their sense of agency is significantly diminished, that they have access, that their opportunity. And we really want to try our best to improve that as best we can. So that's more informational. I did talk about some things I'm very proud of, but I know, as I said, there's always work to be done. And looking at the CASP data this year, I'm a little perplexed. I'm not sure what's going on. I mean, it's just a little odd to me, and we have to look deeper into it, but you can see that ELA dropped from 53.67 to 41.33. We have the same teachers from one year to the other. So I don't know if it's the test administration. We're working hard to try to figure out how maybe we can change test administration a little bit. There's a little bit of a problem. We tried not to upset the bell schedule and hope that they could get done in the 90-minute periods. It wasn't getting done as we had expected, so there were makeups. And that's just no way to try to approach an assessment. You want to try to finish that thing in a chunk. So that's what we're organizing toward this year. So that students sit down, they complete it, and hopefully we'll get some better results. Math was static from the year before, for the most part. And this is why I think something's odd in the testing. Well, LPAC's different. LPAC is mixed thing. We're up when it comes to those who are well developed. We're down a bit with moderately developed. So there's some successes, and there's something we have to work on here. And the LPAC's coming up, so I know we're working with Mr. Walrod and our English teachers to really try to get our students familiar with the interface, explain the importance of it, so they can be reclassified fully English proficient and celebrate their bilingual status. Science test, again, this is odd to me. We've got almost a 20% change here. We talked with the science department. We're trying to figure out a different approach. Some schools test their 10th grade year, some test their senior year. 10th grade year, they're not exposed to as much science, but they're closer to the actual science classes that they've taken. If you take it senior year, you got over a year or more in which they're removed from taking science. So we're thinking at Sequoia, I've looked into it, and they do it the 11th grade. But I'm always worried about testing fatigue for our 11th graders because they're also taking the English and the math test. But they are closest to taking science, and most of them are taking chemistry at that time. So we're debating about that approach, but I think that might be what we'll try. San Mateo Union High School District is going to get back to me. I'm checking in with Jefferson as well. I have a contact there. I just want to see what do they do with the science test. So that's a work in progress, but we know that is our growth point. And appreciation, I do want to show appreciation for our parent-teacher organization, Cougar Boosters, Cabrillo Education Foundation, Friends of Cougars in Concert, Ag Boosters, Building and Trades Advisory, our San Mateo Community College partners who have been so gracious. And I'm enjoying working with them and the opportunities they provide for us. And I just really want to see that continue to grow. I also want to reconnect and give appreciation to our staff and our families who help make Half Moon Bay High School a special place. So, thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, quite thorough. Questions?
I can go. I had a question about the CTE programs.
Yes.
I saw weldings and material joining, and I hadn't heard of that one before.
Okay.
Is that part of the construction and trades pathway?
It is a subset to the construction and building trades has different subsets. Like woodworking was one. We're shifting away from woodworking, cabinetry, millwork to more residential and commercial building. So that's a shift in that. But the welding and joining is a subset to that CTE heading, yes.
Okay, and are there classes that can be shared between different CTE pathways? For instance, I don't know, is there something in ag that can be shared with the building and construction trades? I heard about a class about how to build things and do plumbing, and that might be shared in that pathway. Is there anything
Usually
like
they don't
that
cross over. I mean, ag's a little different. They have an ag mechanics class, which does involve welding, but we have to also work with the strengths of our staff. And Mr. Reardon, his application is more toward joining of things rather than fabricating and fixing farm equipment, we'll say. And so, but you can't.
Class is happening now?
It's going to next year.
Okay.
And so it should.
But that class can't also count for the building construction trades pathway?
But they're separate though.
Okay. You can't have one class that counts for both pathways.
No, you can't cross over like that. So usually like building and construction trades, residential and commercial building pathway, it's 2 classes. We're trying to do 2 class pathways. The problem is if you have a 3-class pathway, it's difficult to get that what's called a completer. And that completer, if you have completers, the data will show up and it will help our college and career readiness indicator. Agriculture is a little different because it's folded into the D science requirement for the A through G. So we get a lot of people taking 3 years there, just like you would earth science, biology, and chemistry, but you would take it in an agricultural framework or context. But the other ones, they're electives. They're not part of those core classes, and so it's difficult with all the other electives, especially junior year. You have like academic classes to try to get that 3-part completer. So we've reduced it to 2. Ag we don't, but you can't cross over. So you have to you take digital art 1 and digital art 2, or broadcasting 1, broadcasting 2, welding 1, welding 2. So I hope that
So the
answers your
student
question.
can't cross over between pathways, but one class also can't count for two pathways if they're similar?
No, they don't. Sometimes in building and construction trades, they'll do what's called a, it's a it's sort of like this core class, and you can take a second and a third from it, but we don't have it set up that way. I forget,
And-
multiple pathway, that's what it's called.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I know in the ag stuff, they're looking at the partnership with Feather River College. Are the other pathways being looked at to go with other two-year colleges?
So with Mr. Olson, we're trying to get him recognized as a dual enrolled, because there's a broadcasting class, like Broadcasting 100. We're trying to get it, so he would be the teacher of that, and then our students would be dually enrolled there. Same thing with our digital art. That's a little more tricky because our teacher doesn't have the degree in that. She has a credential to teach art, whereas Mr. Olson has an actual degree in art, which can apply to broadcasting. He just happens to have a credential in social studies too. So trying to line those things up. So yeah, our teachers can be involved in the action as well.
I just want to thank you, since Mary Beth brought up CT. First of all, thank you for presenting tonight. I know it's late, and that was fantastic to have like a broad overview of all the critical things. I definitely really appreciate what's being done in CTE, because I think to have those diverse pathways as options for kids, and so smart to be thinking about the logistics from a student's point of view of the limitations and what might remove barriers to their accessing those programs. Like thinking about the 2-year thing, I think is really great. I'm getting some reverb. I don't know if anyone else is on. No. Okay. It's just the mic. Okay. And thank you also for your focusing on the Power School and Schoology implementation. It's like no small feat for a school district to transition learning management systems, and the fact that you're focusing on that. And PBS is super important, but people are going to go crazy. Everyone's going to go crazy if they have too much to do. So I think that's really smart, and I appreciate that too. Thinking more about that data that you put, those are really marked differences for sure, like the CASP and the science data. I would also suggest thinking about how these students might be a little bit different than the students that you had in the previous year, just because of where they were in their development during the pandemic and remote learning and after post-remote learning, because your kids now, right, this group of 4, even last year.
Last year were freshmen.
Last year.
For testers.
Yeah, last year your freshmen and your juniors, your freshmen, your sophomores, and your juniors were all in middle school when the pandemic happened. So right, because you were in 8th grade when the pandemic started. And then they missed their first year of high school. So in other words, I feel like this group that you have now, a lot more of them were in middle school during the pandemic, and maybe maybe there is something different about that group than the group that was in the pandemic, as older students, and maybe a little, I don't want to say better formed at the time, but maybe, this group is facing a slightly different challenge, and given those results are very different, certainly looking at the testing conditions is really smart for sure. But seems like the numbers are big enough. There's probably something to it in terms of what maybe I don't want to say they're missing. That's a deficiency standpoint, but maybe what's different about them than the previous, even 1 year earlier cohort.
And we'll check. We really want to put our mind to preparation from the teacher point of view, that they really get out front on the interface, get out front on the practicing, really explain the significance of how these results help them do their job and personalize it in that way.
Yeah, because I think it's tough for the kids that missed middle school, and Catalina could probably, you're at least in 8th grade. You're somewhat well-baked, but a lot of the younger kids, now that you have your freshmen, I always am like, oh my gosh, the freshmen you had now missed 6th grade. And 7th grade was pretty rough. 8th grade, as a result, was okay, they got through it, but then they came to you and good luck, figure it out. So I think, to me, that's something I think about in terms of the kids' perspective and their experience, and how this group might be a little bit different.
One thing I will say that doesn't relate to academic data is that we do believe that behaviorally, we're getting back to a place that we're much more positive about. As it comes to suspensions, teachers doing referrals, those types of things are down dramatically this year. And I'm really interested to see at the end of the year where we are with that. I'm confident that there's a lot of progress going on there.
That's really good. I'm still hoping to get a little bit more insight into like what students have we lost over the last couple of years too, because I feel like after a couple of years too, the children that are having the most issues, I don't know if they're still with us anymore. So I think that's could be an interesting, I mean, maybe they didn't even get to the high school, right?
It's tough, and we still
it's
have
a possibility.
As you know, our challenges with chronic absenteeism.
Yeah.
And
that's well
work in
beyond us. So it's
progress.
like active area of discussion around
everybody.
It's like the rates statewide went down a little bit, but not really that much, like year over year. And I appreciate what you're doing, what Catalina, I think, mentioned about like kind of focusing on students that are credit deficient and have something else going on and have IEPs or other issues that I think that's what you said, right?
Yeah.
But in your comments
Pillar
about,
Cedos, we're doing
trying to like
we're doing
not
the same
just kick
approach.
down the special ed kids to Pillar Cedos, like to put it bluntly, like that's really important and really,
Especially our
really
freshmen,
meaningful.
we're trying
Yeah.
to really get out front.
Get them on the right foot. That's really good.
Or ninth graders, excuse me.
Yeah, and I appreciate too that you're thinking about the growth of your staff and their opportunities to be able to like teach, community college level classes. And I realize there's like AP level classes too, but it is, I think, a really great opportunity for folks to grow and to do something new and different.
Well, the number of students that go straight to community college, when they show up with some units on their transcript, and we really want to sell that for those who know that's what they want to do.
And it just makes kids feel like they have some entry point into the college world if they have even just one class. It's like, well, I have one class, might as well give it a try, right? So I think that's a really exciting area too.
Yep.
So that's all. So not a lot of particular questions, but just thank you for all the amazing work to you and your staff, these folks here, as well as everyone that's not here. I just want to thank you.
Yep. I'm lucky to have them. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here.
Hi.
And thank you to all your staff and everybody who does such a wonderful job and is helping and supporting the students as well as the families. I'm kind of out of the loop, and I felt like, I better ask. I don't know if you've already had a reclassification ceremony this year.
We did.
And
Yep.
I am bummed that I missed it, but I do want to make it a point. And if you have the next one next year, please reach out to me.
Absolutely.
And let
Yep.
me know if there's any way I can support you or the families. I mean, it's always an amazing experience to just acknowledge those students and the families and their hard work, but I think it's even more impactful when you have these young adults who are now proficient and hopefully will take that and just, do better and improve their skills. So as an English language learner, it's always been something very dear and near to my heart. So thank you.
Oh, well, I'll make sure that invite's there. It was a wonderful night. I got to actually see a parent of one of the students that I taught. So that's always a mind blower.
Yeah, yes. And I haven't gone to the high school ones, but it's just amazing to see the families, the support, and just see the students just, in that milestone.
Yep.
And hopefully, we catch them earlier on, but, it's never late. So thank you.
No, it's a great thing to celebrate.
And the other thing is, I'm looking at your goal number 3, and I'm looking at the identified needs, and I'm just curious. I know this is just a very broad goal, and it's not a one size fits all, and there's not a one answer to this goal. But I was just curious to hear some of your ideas for that goal in the increasement of the engagement for students and families, especially of Hispanic and English language learners, and also socioeconomically disadvantaged, as well as students with disabilities.
Okay, so one of the things I've been charged with by district leadership, and it's something that we continue to work on, is just trying to do 2 things, which are more events on campus, informational. Like we're trying to organize a FAFSA A through G schedule night of some type where we have both, translation for our Spanish-speaking families and another, it's kind of like a workshop night, trying to approach it that way. So we're hoping to pull that off sometime in early February, but also we need to increase our presence at other areas on campus, not just the things that happen at the hub that the CEF has been doing, but again, just trying to strike out for, say, Moonridge or Main Street or Pillar Ridge or something along those lines where our outreach is much more visible. But really trying to host things more often. Things that are, that involve food, maybe perhaps childcare, something along those lines where we can really strengthen that. I know there's challenges with getting some families onto campus, so also trying to go to where our families are. And just improve our communication in general. So, and how to do that. I know Mr. Jones has done a wonderful job with the newsletter, trying to make it comprehensive, but not overwhelming at the same time. And to think of things. I know in my mind, I'm a parent, but I also work at the school. And it can cloud what it might be like for a parent who doesn't have that inside scoop. It gives me a blind spot. So trying to figure out where am I or my team, just having those blind spots that I assume things that shouldn't be assumed because the community isn't in that frame of reference that I have. And seeing it from the inside out, I guess, is more of a challenge of my optics of how can I reach my community better.
I just want to say, muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much, because just your comment, in my personal opinion, hit the nail in the head by saying comprehensive and not overwhelming. Because a lot of the times, translation is not always what is needed. It's just comprehending what needs to be comprehended. And sometimes these are young adults, so they know a lot more than some of these parents do. And to just translate something that, is going to be overwhelming can lose a lot of families and just overwhelm them and just feel like, I don't even understand, even if it's in Spanish, I don't even know what they're talking about. And so that is so important. So it's not easy. It's going to be like trial and error. And there are times where you're going to be like, wow, this is a great outcome. And then other times where you're just like, what happened? Where's everybody? And just knowing that you're going to continue to pursue that, because our Latino community is very relationship-based. And just because it doesn't work the way that we would like for the parents to participate in one event, it shouldn't discourage us to continue to improve or to continue. So thank you so much for that. I do have a person.
Can I add just one more thing? Yeah. I know Dr. Mefetrich and Dr. Bhatia and Director Forrester have also really have helped coach me to try to bring out more, we'll say, set videos that are about these processes, but also infographics, in addition to text, really trying to hit multiple layers of different people's ability to access a text of any kind, be it a dense paragraph of policy, but also how can I simplify that to something that's accessible through audio visual or through just an infographic. But excuse me, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just, like you said, comprehensive, and always, if people want to know more, that they know where to go to and where, where to get the answers. Because sometimes, we have numbers of people who speak Spanish, but, there's sometimes it's too much to just depend on a liaison or what, I'm just saying. So thank you so much. And then I do have kind of a personal question. So speaking of these events and engagement opportunities, you will be hosting next week an open house for your upcoming freshmen, ninth graders. And so I think that's an awesome opportunity for these new families that all they know is they're going to go because their little kids are now high school students. So sometimes we just go because that, we don't really know what to expect. And I hope, I hope we take that opportunity, because I have gone to other open houses, and there's well intentions, but it's not, I think a lot of the times the families just feel like they're not engaged as much as the fluent English-speaking parents. And it's hard sometimes because there's so much to cover. And, time is also important for English or Spanish-speaking parents, because it's the afternoon and, people are trying to go home. But I just want to say thank you. And my personal question is like, what are we going to expect?
From the 8th grade night?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Sorry.
we decided to.
Since you're here anyway.
I'm going to try and get off of work early so I can make it, because it's.
So we have an open house, excuse me. We have an open house, and that was more of a longer presentation in the MU, maybe some tables, and then kind of roam around a little bit, just free form. And then we had a parent information night in the library, which is more, in English you get this, in science you get this, in math you get this, counseling does this. So we felt like, why don't we just combine them? The presentation is going to be significantly streamlined. Give some broad opening remarks, say this is how the evening is supposed to go. It's about 20 minutes. And then families will be given a schedule when they enter. So for the first bell, you go to this class. Second bell, you go to this class. Next bell, you go to, and so that way they can go to the different classes and get information about the particular departments. And then we have also a station, which is for like our PTO, our boosters, our counseling staff, any of our educational partners who want to attend, to just give more information, and that'll be in the library. But
And that's next week, right?
That's next week, yes, next Tuesday.
Well,
6
also,
p.m.
leadership will be there to
That's right.
answer any questions for like about student life and stuff. So we'll be there to answer questions too.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
Still
very much.
working on it.
No, thank you very much, and
That's
thank
the
you.
broad strokes, okay.
So my question is, when you talked about like 24 AP, all of these different classes we have in a comprehensive high school, and knowing that for budget reasons, we want to try to run full classes where we can, have you considered any rotation of AP classes? Does that sound familiar in any way?
No, in Spanish, it used to happen that way. We would have enough for AP Spanish language. And then that group would go on to AP Spanish literature, and then there would be a pause. Sometimes those would rotate every other year. We're going to just focus more on the need, really. I mean, we know where our ratio is. I mean, where we're up against probably trying to set a 32-to-1 ratio. If there's classes, we'll take, it's something like AP Physics, for example. It's always on the bubble every year. There's teens, lower 20s. We're going to be in a position where we're going to have to make some of those probably hard choices. Some of them feed. I mean, science gives a lot of options. Once you finish chemistry, you got physics, AP environmental science, marine ecology, AP bio. It's a lot of AP classes, but they tend to fill up. The physics is a little bit of a challenge, but
Right. Or like a stats class or a I mean, whatever it is, sometimes it's hard to fill every year, but if kids knew that there was a rotation and it wasn't sequenced per se, then maybe that would be a way to.
it's we look at math, and that's tough. If you get algebra, geometry, algebra 2, and then okay, is it AP stats or is it pre-calculus? Or say you're more accelerated, you take pre-calculus as a junior, and you have this option: AP stats or calculus. We'd have to take a look at the numbers. It could be one way in which we could, it's like Ms. Kopanas, she teaches the AP stats class. She's also teaching algebra. So she's got a wide range. If we're impacted and we feel like one department's really everybody's scraping 35-to-1 and they're up to about 150 contact, yeah, we have to have a conversation. Is it better value to drop the AP class and thin out the other classes a bit more so that that teacher to student ratio isn't so tight and onerous? Yeah, we're gonna have to look at that.
So my question was basically the same thing, but instead of rotation, removing barriers to dual enrollment or concurrent enrollment, could that help with this problem? By
Well,
removing, to help with staffing efficiencies?
There aren't any, the students can take those classes. Like our concurrent enrollment from last year we talked about it, and even the year before when you brought it up with Mr. Nazar, I mean, we have evolved in that significantly. I mean, we have lots of students taking courses. My daughter's taking all U.S. history at Skyline. There's others that are just taking their 1 year of something somewhere else. That does alleviate a burden, I bet, but
Does it also include online courses like,
does,
I don't know,
yeah. So
UC Scout or I don't know what else people use?
Yes. Any vendor that's WASC accredited is fine. That's, that's basically that decides it for us.
Does it help to make it more streamlined by having a list of pre-approved courses or things like that? I think now they have to get approved.
Well, that's a little tricky because it could be any vendor, any vendor. It's quite a bit of work to create a spreadsheet of all the possible offerings. And
I guess I was thinking more at the community college, but I was actually thinking at our community college, I mean, would there be a class there that wouldn't qualify for?
Well, it depends on our graduation requirements. It has to meet certain things. Like you can't take an art history class and get credit for the fine art class because you're not working with manipulatives. So we have to look at the course description and make sure that it matches what it should match. But for the most part, our core stuff, it's really straightforward. The English, the math, the science, social studies.
Just on that note, I mean, Mr. Boysen and I dealt with this at the beginning of the year, I think, where a family was wanting to get a full year of U.S. history credit for one semester.
Or it was a quarter.
Oh, it was a quarter. And the truth of the matter is, we still have to look at the standards. The graduation requirements are the graduation requirements. We have to look at the standards. So we want to get people to accelerate. We want them to get community college credit. I will say that, Mr. Boysen, you and your team have done a great job at building this incrementally in a gradual way, and I appreciate that. And I think you've done a great job at that, but that is the case too, that we have to satisfy graduation requirements and the standards that are laid out by the California Department of Education in that regard.
Yep, and some are a little more tricky, like history. You got to cover this to this. But like an English class, it's, if you're writing and reading at that level, it's a skill base, so it's not a content base, so it makes it a little easier.
Yeah, I had a question kind of follow-up to that because I was thinking too about Mr. Baltima's presentation to us a while ago. He's sitting back here as well. And one of the main recommendations we got from the San Mateo County Office of Education and our fiscal solvency plan was to staff more efficiently, which Kim kind of alluded to in terms of like one potential way to do that, but just kind of at the level of thinking about that directive to staff more efficiently, and I won't say official directive, but pretty much official directive, to staff more efficiently for financial purposes, but also our values and our strategic plan and your plans, and your intentions and values at the high school to have kids matched up to classes that will get them where they want to be, to put it shortly. Like, how are you approaching, what kind of enhancements, improvements are you making? Specifically, I think about like how influential this time of year is in terms of like the course registration, course selection process. How is that being honed and evolved all through the process of master scheduling to make sure we can achieve both of those goals? Does that make sense?
It does.
It's kind of a big question, I realize.
Well, right now, the counselors are going about things as they have. They have their personal learning, academic personal learning plans, really kind of walking students through graduation requirements, A through G requirements, making sure they make the selections that are going to meet the outcomes that they want. We want everybody to be A through G ready, so they automatically, by default, tell students this is the kind of schedule you need for A through G readiness. It'll give you options. they don't make choices really with that. They put those students on that pathway. The only thing that's going to stop them from that is perhaps getting a grade lower than a C, which they can retake, but to help do that. As far as the master schedule, Mr. Jones and Ms. Tower are going to be trained in the next couple of weeks, and it's a brand new experience. They jumped into it at the end of this summer to do a fix that we had to do with the switch from Infinite Campus to Power School. But I can't really give you a strong sense. We all know what we're asked to do in terms of student-to-teacher ratio. And we're mindful of that. We will be reminded of that, and to meet those goals. When we construct it, certainly that's in the forefront of our mind. We know the situation. Yeah.
I had a parent wonder if you offered calculus.
We do.
Okay.
But it's AB.
AP?
AB.
Oh, gotcha.
And then there's
Calculus
another one called BC we used to, but it usually only involved maybe three to 5, 6 of our most advanced students. So,
Okay. So, okay.
Miss Trainer though does help. So like if you want to take the other test, she like offers like extra support and like studying to take the next like the BC test. So like if you're in, I know a couple people are doing it. They do AB, and then Miss Trainer like gives them like some study materials to help them prepare to take the BC test.
And I'm sorry, I did have one more question follow-up. I just thought of it when Lizette was talking about like comprehensible information for families, and you mentioned like trying to do more workshops and on-site work. I know La Costa has done really a lot of work with the adults in our community to build connections, provide different kinds of support. To what extent do you think there's a partnership opportunity with La Costa to run work classes, because I think parenting classes for younger kids are valuable, but parenting classes when you're a high schooler, honestly, it took me so long to figure out the DMV process right there. Like it was overwhelming, right? Like and figuring out what do they need to be to work, right? Like the work permit thing, like that's another black box.
Right.
I wonder if there's an opportunity, I don't know if this has come up, to partner with La Costa to offload a little bit from you guys, because they have different kind of funding streams too.
No, I think most people see in the community, like our athletic fields, our facilities, I mean, the hub, but really they're a place for business to go on, which is not only educationally minded, but social work minded. And so that's something we can pursue. Of course, we'd like to leverage more with Alas and El Centro. It's just trying to arrange the go-betweens, the facility parts, kind of an easy, can we have a room available, the library available? It's just trying to build those things so it can get out into the community and say, this is what's happening here, because that's just the way things are structured in this community. That the schools are really the centerpiece for a lot of activity outside of school hours.
So I was just thinking the more, like, where it's a little bit with that gray area, the more you can offload to partners.
Sure.
And I don't mean offload in a bad way, offload like getting help from partners. As you know, at the district level, we've done really that's been a lot of how we saved a lot of programs, Cunha Sports or whatever. I think that's a great opportunity.
No,
So
the CEF,
CEF doing the FAFSA
thing
yeah.
this evening, right? I mean,
That's great.
That's the kind of thing where collaboration creates a greater breadth of opportunity and access. Yeah. Sure.
Thank you so much for your presentation tonight.
Just real quickly, I want to thank Deanna Tower and Mr. Jones, David, and also Gail and Hanalani and Tracy, Dr. Yerby, for being here and sticking it out and being true to your school. So thank you. And as far as the career technical education piece and the ag science, it's still a highlight for me to have been able to go to the Future Farmers of America visit with you last spring. It was great to learn more about that program, and I'm just so happy that you guys continue to improve it and make it as rigorous and A to G approved and hands-on project-based learning as you do with your Future Farmers of America work. So thank you so much.
Yes, that team does hustle it up. I'm so proud of them.
I agree with that. And also Rosie is a parent, and you had a question, Rosie?
No, Sophia and
Okay.
already covered my question.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank
very
you,
much.
Mr. Boyce, and thank you for your leadership.
I don't know. Thanks.
Next on the agenda is item 6B, CUSD Strategic Plan Approval. This one should be a pretty streamlined presentation. Take it away, Dr. Bhatia.
Good evening, President Hines, governing board members, Dr. McFetridge, colleagues and community members. I'm excited, I'm here today and I'm excited to present to you the 99% final version of our strategic plan. Because we have seen this presentation last board meeting in December, I'm going to just quickly skim through some of the slides. Rosie, I think I need the clicker, right? So give me 1 second. Oh, you can advance it for me? Okay. Okay, so these are some of the items that are included in the presentation. Between the version that was presented to you in December compared to now, there were some very minor changes, some word changes and some more condensing of language to make it easier and less education jargon, I guess I would say. So if you can skip to slide 5, Rosie. Here are our revised core values. We really did condense the first core value, students first. The remaining core values had minor revisions. The vision and mission on slide 7 remained the same. And I'll just quickly read it out loud. CUSD's new vision, a place where all children dream and achieve. The new mission, we provide meaningful, safe, and welcoming places for students to prepare for college, career, and life. We empower everyone in their learning journeys from early childhood through adulthood. If you can skip to slide 9, Rosie, this slide will show you an overview of the portrait of a graduate, which did not have major changes. And if we move to slide 12, here you will find an overview of our 4 strategic plan goals. And again, underneath each goal, we're going to have 3 different actions that will support that specific goal. Although I'm not going to go into detail, each of the 3 actions under each goal, for a total of 12, we have certain metrics that we've already shared with you in the community. And again, I just want to take a little bit of time just to thank everyone involved in this process. We started with an equity audit that took a look at the data. All of our departments, our principals really dug in to really get to the core of what groups of students really needed support, what areas of focus we should really target our efforts. We also had a strategic plan committee. We sent more surveys. We also had in-person focus groups. So this is the final product here. And you can slowly just skip, Rosie, slide 13, 14, and 13, 14, 15, and 16. These next slides, although I'm not going to go into detail, you'll see at the top the metric along with that goal that we hope in the next 5 years we achieve. And again, we have underneath each of the goals, we'll have those 6 different actions that are aligned to that goal and metric. I also do want to point out that we are doing our best, and like Mr. Boyson mentioned, we are aligning all of our different master plans to the strategic plan that will be our North Star. And you are going to see the LCAP goals. These LCAP goals that are presented here in the strategic plan are the LCAP goals and action services that only pertain to the LCAP supplemental, not the LCAP general, the LCAP base. And we'll go ahead and skip, Rosie, to slide 17. And I do want to take some time to kind of really point out to where the changes are. So if anybody here or you governing board members or our community are interested in knowing where the shifts happen, these were the major shifts. So under core values, we revised the description of students first inspiring classrooms and in the core values. Under the academic improvement goal, we did combine a couple of actions. We added 2 new actions, so I do want to take some time in reading the new actions. Develop and implement guidelines for proactively supporting student attendance and engagement. Evolve high school academic programs and processes to increase opportunities and participation in courses of high interest and value to students. And again, we're very lucky to have Mr. Boysen and his team that really do a great job in making sure that everything is, all of the goals are braided together to ensure that we're really meeting the needs of our students and our families. Under the focus on equity goal, improved achievement for all students now includes at-promise students instead of only English learners. We took this shift due to some feedback from our strategic plan committee. And we also added a specific language under each action for students with disabilities to action 4.3. I do want to point out, because we just came back from a local control accountability plan meeting, where now we are under differentiated assistance, and a new shift in the new LCAP that will begin in 24-25, and again for 3 years, is to ensure that actions are specifically written for those specific subgroups and areas of growth within the LCAP. So as we start merging guiding our LCAP and aligning it to the strategic plan, we may have to write a few new actions in the LCAP. So the whole strategic plan will be included in the LCAP plus a little bit more now that we're learning about the new LCAP plan and the new guidelines from the state. If you go to slide 18, Rosie, under the whole child goal, again, we combined a few actions, and we rewrote an action, and I'll go ahead and read that. Integrate thematic units, incorporating culturally relevant lessons, visual arts and performing arts, environmental sustainability, STEM, and wellness supports into core curricula. We heard that from Mr. Boysen. Again, this week was full of information from our San Mateo County Office of Ed Partners. We are receiving approximately, I don't know the number exactly, but I believe $360,000-ish that will be every year from our Proposition 28 for visual arts, performing arts, and music. We just heard today that the money will be controlled at the site level with the district guidance, but the site principal and a site council will have to help make those decisions of how those funds will be used. And part of Prop 28, I do want to point that out right now, is something that all of you, Kim and Sophia and Lisette and Mary Beth and Carmen, we've talked to. Carmen, you especially, you're an art teacher as well, is the fact that the thematic planning is an area of growth for all of California, that this includes language. We just talked about that today with Mr. Boysen, but also visual arts and performing arts. We should be incorporating and braiding the visual arts, the STEM, the language across the content areas. So this is going to be work on our department to ensure that we're supporting our principals, that we're providing professional development to ensure that this happens. So again, I wanted to point out that specific action, and thank you, Sophia, because you gave me some of the language to incorporate this new action. The district sustainability goal, again, combined a couple of actions. We added a new action that includes following the FICMAT recommendations, and we also added, I wish our teachers would be here from earlier to listen to this one. But I'll read it out if they're still online and listening to this. Explore alternative compensation structures to incentivize recruitment and retention of high potential, high performing, and diverse staff. And here are some of our next steps. Slide 19, Rosie. So we'll continue to work, and we're actually in the process of that, working with a graphic designer to develop the printable and web-based version of the strategic plan. Once that is completed, we are going to translate that into Spanish. I also want to say that once we do finish that process, we also will be working with our principals to ensure that that information is filtered down to the site level. Another area, the key performance indicators will be developed to align to the strategic plan goals. And then again, once approved, and hopefully this can get approved tonight, this, as I mentioned earlier, will be the anchor document to the LCAP, the SARCs, the school accountability report cards, and other district initiatives and plans. And the actions described here, our team is going to work on a timeline and how to make sure that, again, that strategic plan is thoughtfully sent down to our parents, to our English learner families, to our principals, to ensure that now in the world of technology, the strategic plan does not end up living in an electronic file cabinet, right? And instead really make these goals actionable. And so this was in my opinion, was the easy part, even though it took a little bit of time. So sorry, Dr. McFetridge, it took a little bit over a year. The real work is going to start now. Once it is approved, is making sure that we continue to remind ourselves of that North Star and work with our site leaders to implement and really see it change in the next 5 years. And let's see, I did want to, just before we open the floor to questions, I did want to just share that between when this agenda was posted, there are a couple of minor changes that before you approve, I would like you to approve with if you choose to approve the strategic plan, to approve that with these minor changes. So I would like to standardize the vision mission statement and refer to students, not children and students. I think there's like a change there. We're using both simultaneously. So that's one. Under the environmental committee goal, we'd like to amend the build on green ribbon work because the green ribbon work may not be widely known across the communities. And lastly, under the academic improvement metric, the 75% might be confusing, so we want to delete 75% as being a metric, but instead having a 10% average improvement for the academic metric. And that's it. We're finally here.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And forgive me if I'm trying to turn my mic on in advance. This particular unit, we can put like a sticky note on it that it doesn't sit at my station next time. Well, I've been doing it. I'm doing it all over.
Give it to Mary Beth next time.
Yeah, okay, we're good. So thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the strategic plan?
I will make a motion to approve the strategic plan with the amendments that Leticia has suggested.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you so much, Sophia. And before we go further, do I also have a motion to go past 10 o'clock tonight? And who's going to target the time? We're on number 2 of.
So we have staffing review, audit report, fiscal update, nutritional. I'm going to say I
7 more.
propose midnight.
Is that enough? Oh, God.
Yeah, we're not going to go up past midnight, so yeah, that's okay.
I think past midnight, we're going to be dead, and we're going to have to defer
We don't
items
make
to
good
next time.
decisions. Let's face it, we don't make good decisions after 11, period. So let's.
I mean, if you're okay with that, I just think after midnight, it's going to be hard for staff too. And at that point, we could probably just
Some of these are
defer
going to. Some of
items.
these are going to go faster.
Yeah.
They will. All in favor?
Okay, I'll make a motion to go to midnight.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Are there any questions?
Sorry, those opposed, please say no.
No.
I just have one.
4-1 passes.
Can I point of order Nutrition Services Department updates, if that's something that, Stephanie's here or no? Like she's gonna be coming, because I'm also comfortable making an amendment to the agenda to defer that till the next meeting, because then she doesn't have to come back super late for that, and that makes our meeting a little bit shorter. I don't know, what do folks think?
It's the pleasure of the board. We work at the pleasure of the board.
That would be fine too.
Everything else I don't want to hold up, but that's more informational, so maybe if that's, unless there's like strong feelings against that, I'll make a motion to amend the agenda to defer that until next time.
I'd second it.
And that way Stephanie doesn't have to come back to you, because it's not, I'm super interested to hear it, but I also don't want to rush it, because I think it's an interesting topic. Okay. So
All in
Kim,
favor,
second.
please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5+1.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Bhatia before we take a vote? We had thorough discussion last month.
Thorough discussion, just thank you. This has been a great ride with all of you guys to really have our first ever student-focused strategic plan. It makes a difference to be able to have one plan that rules them all, because LCAP is not that plan. It's a bunch of bureaucratic, stuff we have to do for the state. And this is much more oriented towards what we actually are thinking and doing for our students in our community. So I'm grateful for everybody that's been part of the process, here and in the community and in our schools and such. So thank you. I'm excited.
Call the vote.
We're ready to vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5+1.
Next up is item 6C, staffing review update.
And Director of Pupil Personnel Services, Bianca Forrestal, will be presenting on this. You have to turn your microphone on.
Oh, wait, sorry. Okay. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, community members, and staff. This evening, I'm going to present to you some staffing review that was is basically a piggyback off of the last board presentation that I provided to you all back in November. So this evening, we're going to look at the fiscal, can we get, the fiscal stability. I just want to sort of explain what the context is. So the work that I'm doing here in the Human Resources Office in the department is all tied in with your board-approved fiscal stabilization plan that has been approved by our County Office of Education. It's in alignment with our FITMAT audit recommendations, and then, like I said, November's board presentation. So this evening, we're going to discuss an analysis of the impact of the increase in healthcare costs to the district. As you know, this is public information. And I know that we've been hearing a lot about the increase in healthcare costs at $8 and something cents, cost to some of our teachers and staff. And so I wanted to kind of contextualize that and provide some updates regarding that. Next slide, please. So this is our progress towards efforts to address the FITMAT recommendations thus far. So on September 7th, 2023, the SMCOE business staff trained our HR staff on the EPICS position control system. I'm really grateful to our county partners for coming out to the district and providing this in-person, in-service training. We need to develop the capacity of our HR team members if we're going to be able to fully implement the FITMAT recommendations. That's an essential component. And we, subsequent to that, have attended a couple of Zoom meetings with SMCOE staff. And then we also go to the County Office of Ed for meetings in person as well. And they are offering ongoing support, thought partnership, guidance, just everything that we need to kind of boot camp and make sure that the HR team understands, those folks who are tasked with working on the position control system understand the ins and outs of the EPIC system. We also worked with the business staff, our business office, to identify over 90 old vacancies in the EPIC's position control system. We were advised by our fiscal advisor, Deputy Superintendent of Business Services, Kevin Bultima, and his team to vacate those positions in the position control system because it was negatively impacting our ability to adequately utilize the EPIC's system to develop our budgets. So by November of 2023, our HR and business team members cleared 100% of these old positions out of the system, and this was referenced in the FITMAC report under item 19.1. Next slide, please. The CUSD HR team then implemented a system for creating new positions that aligns with industry-wide and county recommended HR best practices. So prior to our meetings with the County Office of Education, the way that our system worked would be that our personnel technician would just create a position and put it into the system. And then that person would approve the position, and then we would move forward from there. And that doesn't work. And so best practices requires collaboration with our business department. So Jennifer is the fiscal director. I know Jennifer Marsh, you all know her. She and I work closely together to make sure that once we identify a need for a new position, that we have the right budget count strings attached to it. This is something that the business office has done some analysis and some audit of, and we've discovered, for example, employees in put into who work in one job classification who are actually being paid out of a different account string for a different job classification. And these things really matter because as you all know, and as folks in the community are learning, these different accounts and these different monies can only be utilized for these kinds of purposes. And so making sure that those systems are clean and accurate is essential to our ability to function. So now, it requires approval. The ultimate approval comes to me for the new position. And then, of course, ultimately, all new positions are approved by you, the Board of Education. So we thank you. And that references directly the FITMAT report items 19.1, 19.4, 19.5, and 19.6 under Human Resources. Furthermore, we've implemented a system to ensure that staffing ratios exist for certain positions based on student enrollment in alignment with industry standards. So, for example, we had 5 blue team members at Hatch Elementary School for 557 students, and we had 3 blue team members at Fairlawn View Elementary School for 155 students. And that created these out of whack. We did the math. I did the math on the back end of that, and we worked with my team. Oh, wait a minute. So now we've standardized it so all the school sites will have a blue team member that more accurately reflects ratios across the state, because I did that research as well to find out what that looks like. And, so now it's between 70 to about 85 kids, will be 70 to 85 kids per blue team member. And I ended up having to transfer a blue team member. And I do want to acknowledge the loss to the Fairlawn View community. I want to say that that was a hard decision to have to make in the middle of the year, but we did need to right size the staffing ratio at the sites. And so it was difficult, and I do want to acknowledge it was not easy, but it needed to be done, and that's the kind of work that we're doing, looking ahead also with teacher ratios and all kinds of staff in a variety of different positions to ensure that our ratios meet industry-wide standards and that they make sense. So in any case, that is in alignment with FITMAT recommendation 19.2. Next slide, please. Okay, our current efforts include building out the HR EPICS employee data fields. We have been strenuously and strongly recommended by the County Office of Education to make sure that we really get these fields updated, and it's a lot of data entry. So this includes certificated employee continuing education units, for example, which impact employee salary, which impacts ultimately when we're building our budget on the position control end. additional earnings such as stipends, seniority summary data, emergency information for employees, and any other pertinent information. So towards that effort, we actually sent out seniority letters to all of our team members. Those went out to team members yesterday and today for CSEA and CUTA members both. And when those come back and we make sure that we have all that accurate information, we can use those to do the work of our data entry and then audit our system and make sure that our seniority lists are actually accurate with what the staff is saying, these are my dates. And so we've got to wait, and now we're going to be auditing and updating the system in the coming months. So I'm really excited for that work ahead. Next slide, please. So this evening, as I mentioned before, I just wanted to drill down a little bit on the healthcare costs because I know that we've been hearing a lot about it. I wanted to just kind of understand a little bit of context before I get super into this, into this slide in particular. But the district has an increase in healthcare costs to the district, which began in January of 2024. It's 18%. Basically, because different plans cost a little bit more or a little bit less. So the Kaiser High plan, which is the plan that is referenced in our contract bargaining agreements with both our classified unit members and our certificated unit members, is kind of the standard at which that's where we come up with the 18%, because the majority of folks are enrolled in that plan. So this is costing the district a total of $651,409.19. So I know that we're hearing a lot about it's $8.16, and this is how much it's additionally costing, but that's the cost to the district is actually $651,409. So I think that's really important context for everyone to understand. And it's more than, the cost of increases in terms of salary increases by certain percentage points and so on. So I just kind of wanted to point that out as well. I did also want to let everybody know that compensation for school district employees typically includes salary or hourly wages and a variety of benefits. So these benefits typically include health, vision, and dental, which are negotiable per our labor unit contract. We also have to take into consideration that we have pension benefits as well, and those pension benefits are regulated by the state. Staff salaries are determined based on board-approved salary schedules. For instance, certificated teacher salaries are based entirely on a step and column salary schedule. This is based on their years of service and their educational attainment, while certificated administrators are also based on salary schedules that accounts for their years of service and educational attainment. So that's generally the way that works for certificated folks, and it's all governed by Ed Code. And certificated managers in the district generally follow the per Ed Code the same provisions as the contract bargaining agreement for the certificated teacher unit. For example, for certificated staff. Classified pay is based on a salary schedule, and that takes into consideration prior experience and in some cases educational attainment. So for example, we have a new classification with our early childhood educator folks. It's not like a totally new classification, but the TK. So those TK folks, some of their salary schedule is based upon their educational attainment for whatever number of units they have that are ECE, which qualifies them to work in our ECE program here, the way that we've articulated that. And then finally, the healthcare benefits are provided, like I mentioned before, through Kaiser and other health insurers. And unlike many employee healthcare plans outside of public schools, the monthly premium costs for these plans are fully covered for all full-time employees, with a little bit of exception, which we'll get into here. But for pre-2011 employees, the cost of the Kaiser High plan is covered for both certificated teachers, administrators, and classified employees who work full-time who are pre-2011. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so Oh, I guess I got my notes a little bit mixed up. But so you can see here the total district cost of healthcare for our employees. So for our certificated members, we're paying a little bit more over than 2 million. For management, it's 260,000. For CSEA, it's a little bit over $1 million, $1.2 million. Classified management, 209K, and then the upper unrepresented group is 67K. I did want to just mention that our unrepresented employees also include some folks. No, the classified management also includes some folks like our school psychologists are on our classified management schedule. So all those folks who are actually site-based, which in many other districts would be either on a different kind of a salary schedule altogether, or maybe with the teachers unit, depending on the district. But those folks are under the classified management salary scale as well. So that's like speech language pathologists and school psychs and all those folks. Okay, next slide, please. So I want to kind of clarify why there's this distinction for pre-2011 and post-2011 certificated unit members. This is taken directly out of the collective bargaining agreement. So the collective bargaining agreement reads, effective July 1st, 2018, the maximum annual district contribution for health benefits for employees whose first date of paid service is on or after July 1st, 2011, shall be $11,167. This amount shall remain fixed unless negotiated otherwise. So there it is. That's why. Next slide, please. So the annual district cost of pre-2011 certificated employee healthcare plans, and again, this includes administrators, for full family, cost the district $31,879.44. For an employee plus one, it's $22,529.88, and for employee only, it's $11,264.88. Now, I do want to point out that there are 3 districts in the county that offer full family benefits for a little bit of context. They are Sequoia Union High, Pacifica, and San Mateo Union High. So there's Sequoia, San Mateo Union, and Pacifica. And so those are the only 3, and in Cabrillo for pre-2011 employees. So I think that's important just to kind of understand the context of where we are. That's not to say that some other districts don't have like a higher percentage, like they offer like a flat rate. Like some districts have structured it so that they offer maybe, ours was capped at $11,167. Another district that I'm aware of is capped theirs at $13K. Another district capped theirs at maybe $12K, something like that. So there's a lot of different ways to structure and figure those things out, but that's just for a little bit of context with where we are. Now, I will point out that for San Mateo Union High School District, for example, they receive about $10,000 more per student than Cabrillo Unified does. So I think that's also important for context, because if we receive $10,000 more per student, then we would have an additional $27 million. It's a lot of money. So, it's really different. And I do understand the context that we are in. We are on the coast side, and the decisions about how school districts are funded are decisions that are made at the state level. They're not made at the local level. So we only are able to get the amount of ADA is what it's called, although we're a basic aid district now. But we're still only entitled to the monies that come in from our local revenues. And I think that's super important, because when you look over the hill, their monies are coming in from their local revenues, and those tax revenues are tremendously higher. It's just not, in many cases, not comparable. Next slide, please. Let's see. Yeah, next slide. Sorry. So the average teacher salary and benefits comparison information. So I just wanted to let you know. So for pre-2011 instructors, this is the average teacher salary. For post-2011 instructors, that's the average teacher salary, and there's the cost. The orange is the average benefit cost, And then the blue is the average salary cost. So you can just kind of see how it breaks down there. Yeah. Next slide, please. So why do we have this distinction for pre-2011 and post-2011 classified unit members? People, well, how does that work for classified employees? So again, collective bargaining agreement with the CSEA unit that states exactly, new employees, the maximum district contribution for health benefits for employees whose first date of paid service is on or after July 4th, 2011, shall be equal to the annual cost of coverage for the employee only on a pro rata basis per FTE. So it's based on the employee only coverage, and it goes with that Kaiser High plan. So that's what that is, and so that's why there's this distinction, right? Why do CSEA employees who work 8 hours not have a copay? Well, they don't have a copay because their collective bargaining agreement, which supersedes everything else, that's what it says. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the annual district cost of pre-2011 classified employee healthcare plans, again, are exactly the same. Full family, $31,879. Employee plus one, $22,500. Employee only, $11,264.88. So that's where you can see that difference, because there's that cap in the CUTA CBA, which is $11,167. So that difference is $148 and some odd cents. Next slide, please. So annual district cost of post-2011 classified employee healthcare plans. So the total cost of the Kaiser High plan is $11,264.88. That's for an employee only. The cost to the district of the Kaiser High plan, again, this is for classified, is $11,264.88, and the employee contribution to that plan is $0. So the average classified employee salary and benefits comparison information. So average classified employee, so you can see this is their average pre-2011 classified salary, and then how much the benefit cost is, and the post-2011 classified salary and benefits. And I did want to spend a little bit of time kind of speaking to this, because here on this slide, you know, the average classified employee salary really truly is around $43K per year. And I wanted to kind of contextualize that because some of these jobs are part-time and they're based on student need. So for example, health techs are needed for a number of hours per day and not additional, and blue team members and so on and so forth. So that said, as we all know, it's really hard to live in the Bay Area in 2024 and, you know, have a sense of security on $43K per year. And so while I do really, truly understand why folks are urging us to prioritize our teachers, we also need to remember how vital our classified staff are to the functioning of our district and the well-being of our students. And as such, our proposals to provide workforce housing is something many of our certificated and classified employees are eagerly hoping will come to fruition. The simple fact is educators are being priced out of their communities, and workforce housing, as we're seeing across the state, is really a solution that a lot of districts are exploring. And I'm really pleased to know that in Cabrillo, we're not just exploring this for our teachers, but we're exploring this for all of our employees. I think it's really important. So next slide, please. Okay. I think you guys are, you know, really well acquainted with kind of jobs that certificated management performs, such as principals, you know, CBOs, C&I department, superintendent, and so on and so forth. So those are kind of certificated management jobs. Classified managers, as you heard earlier from our CSEA rep, Holly Lynn, perform a lot of essential functions as well. I mean, for all of those folks that she brought up, there's somebody who's a manager over that in some capacity. So, you know, we have maintenance supervisors, technology director, fiscal director, migrant education supervisors, and so on. So we have folks who, MOT, supervisor, all kinds of different titles within our classified management structure, and I just thought that was important to point out. And I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Next slide. All right, just any questions? I know it's late.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think it's very thorough and very helpful for us to understand the context and some of the things that really do impact our overall budget. And so it's not simply a matter of we get X number of dollars in to distribute, but what some of those impacts are, and especially the health care. I mean, that's essentially 2% a year that could go towards salaries, but we have to go towards the additional health care benefit. I do have some public comments here tonight, and I know this was not a, let me go on and read those. Grace and Capers. Pay our teachers more. Having attended elementary, middle, and high school and CUSD schools only a few years ago, I have witnessed the frequent churn of teachers at our schools. $58K is no longer a livable wage on the coast side. It is heartbreaking to see the passionate educators that I've been lucky enough to learn from leave the coast in a year or two due to the district's completely uncompetitive, inadequate compensation, and the great teachers who have stuck around surely deserve more. According to the CUSD website, the district values excellence is worth the investment. If this is true, if this value is truly held by the district, pay our teachers more. Elion Stefanik, CUSD should prioritize the future of our community by ensuring our students have qualified certificated teachers. CUSD's low pay and decreasing benefits mean higher turnover in both veteran and new teachers and counselors. CUSD's compensation package is the lowest in the county. CUSD is choosing to offer 0 salary increases despite a 14% COLA from the state over the past 2 years, and counselors received no increased compensation last year. I urge the district to give them the 8.22% COLA for 23-24 they are asking for. I also urge the district to give the staff the health coverage they've requested to cover all employees +1. Nathaniel Maynard, hello, I attended grades 7 through 8 at Cunha and 9-10 at Half Moon Bay High School. As a student from 2014 to 17, I watched many of my teachers leave teaching in the district because expenses were too high to live in the area. I feel that if there are people who I would consider the backbone of the education system, the teachers and staffing of these schools, and making sure the children get proper retention of information, while also in a way watching after the kids for 8 hours a day, they, the teachers and staff, should be paid a livable wage. Thank you. Other comments or questions?
I have a bunch of questions. Bianca, thank you, first of all, for presenting this. I think it's important that we understand this. So my first question, actually, I think maybe you missed a slide number, the one, annual district costs of post-2011 certificated employee healthcare plans. I don't know if, Rosie, we can go back to slide 11. And just as context for that, as we're getting to slide 11.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I was
okay.
rushing a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
I'm trying to be mindful of what I heard about 11 o'clock in time, so I was like, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. And so to clarify, so on the previous slide where you show the annual costs of employee healthcare plans for certificate employees who were hired before some date, July 1st, whatever it was, 2011, basically it's fully paid for them and their dependents if they want.
It is,
Like 100%
the
paid.
Kaiser, up to the Kaiser High plan.
Up to, like, if they choose a higher cost plan, then they have to pay some of it.
Yeah,
but if they want-
exactly.
if they're
So
fine
if
with
you're
Kaiser-
choosing the Kaiser High plan, then it's roughly 31.5, right? If
And
you have
that's
full
fully
family.
covered by the district, no
Right,
cost to the
exactly.
teachers
And
or
then if-
other certificated staff.
Exactly, and then for employee plus one, it's at 22K for that Kaiser High plan. But if you want to have Sutter, and Sutter costs a little bit more, then you pay that differential.
Yeah, that
The
makes sense.
employee pays that.
And then can you walk us through similarly for slide 11, I guess post 2011 or more recent, I mean, still 12, up to 12 years here. So that's, the costs are obviously the same as same health plans you're looking for. But if people were hired post 2011, post July 1st, 2011, then their contribution now with the increase, because the district covered most of that 20% increase was covered by the district.
Exactly, most of the 20% increase was covered by the district. So the district picks up 100, and because the cap is 11,167. The differential is 11,264, I think it is, and so that difference is $148 or whatever. Sorry if I'm getting my numbers a little bit, no, it is, it's right there, sorry, I'm so tired. 11,264, 11,167, so it's that difference, and then what the district pays for that is that difference up to right here to get us here to that $11,167. So what falls to our employees, and it, to be clear, is a cost annually of $97.88.
Okay, so that's full coverage for themselves through the Kaiser plan.
It's full coverage for employee only.
Employee only. For the year is $100. That's the premium. Okay,
Roughly $100, yes.
Because for context, I know a lot of folks that work in industry, their health plans, for a four-person health plan, typically it's around $500 a month. And so that's $6,000 a year. That if you're working for Google or for most small businesses down the street, it's a cost that gets deducted from folks' paycheck. Let's say it's between $400 and $800, depending on what the plan is. But I just want to point that out as an appreciation of what it means to have your health plan fully paid, whether it be yourself plus your one person, or plus your whole family. $31,000 compared to spending $6,000, that's a differential of $37,000. Just to put things in perspective. Right? Am I interpreting that correctly?
You are absolutely correct on all counts.
Okay. So that was my first question. We can go through that slide. And thank you for doing that. Another question, slide 12, and also for the other ones that are similar to this, the one with the charts, comparing the salary and benefits for people hired before 2011 to after 2011. So what exactly is included in these two bars? So for the orange bars, CUSD benefit costs, is that just the health benefits, or is also the vision, dental, and the pension contributions from the district?
Healthcare.
So this is not the complete totals. This is just healthcare costs.
Healthcare.
Just health plan. Okay. So if you were to add pension's about 20%-ish of the salary. That's another for on the left column, because the math's easy with 100,000, $20,000 cost for pension contribution-ish, correct? Okay, you for that one. Okay, and then vision and dental's probably not a whole lot more compared to all that other stuff, but adds to that too. So fully loaded costs, we're looking at over $140,000. Fully loaded. Well, plus my other question is going to be for the average salary. What's included in that? Is it just the salary schedule? Or does it include stipends, time cards?
Simply the salary schedule.
Summer school?
No.
Okay, so this is just base pay salary schedule.
That's based solely on salary schedule.
So again, then fully loaded is probably, for the year, is probably more it varies a lot. There's a big difference between those two columns. That's like a third difference almost.
It is.
Between those two columns.
That's right. It's 3K shy of a third, exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, the total especially, it's maybe post 2011, 65%-ish of the pre-2011. Okay, and then the slide that really made me cry.
Yeah.
CSEA. As you pointed out, it is definitely a factor that some of those positions are full-time. However, the impact to an employee working 6.5 hours, although that is what our student need is, and that is financially what we need to be doing. Like I can just say from the humanitarian point of view, it's really hard because they're not working full hours, they're not getting all those costs, all of that, the seventh and eighth hours of pay, and their health plan is also prorated, so they're now paying out of pocket for their costs. So I just want to cry for our CSEA employees because I know they work so hard. As Holly said, they're largely invisible most of the time. And I just can't say enough how much we have to look at that. I know it's really, people play different roles in a school district, and to some extent, compensation is going to be made based on market demand, right? Like that makes sense, and educational and skills and roles and risks and stress and number of days worked too, because I know it's a much more heterogeneous group, but like a lot of our CSA employees are working more than 185 days a year. Is that correct? Yeah, the full-time ones, many are working. I know they're still doing payroll over the summer or whatever, cleaning over the summer because we have summer school or whatever. I just want to say, like, that makes me really sad. And I'm glad that we can look at opportunities to use to leverage the assets that we have, specifically like our real estate, to figure out how we can ensure that their basic needs are being met, because for $45,000 a year, that's like, come on, that's sad. It's just sad. So I'm not, like, I'm saying that in a way of like, from my perspective, like the right thing to do is we need to also really take a look at that group of employees and make sure that though they aren't the ones that can come to board meetings typically, they aren't the ones that typically write us bunches of emails, they aren't the ones that even students and families see. They're the quiet ones that are like chugging through, taking care of the sick kids in the office, and they come in throwing up, or they come in diabetic shock, or they throw up on the floor and someone has to clean it up. Like, just like how much, or feeding them when the truck can't get here because 92 is closed again. Like, the work they do is so important and so invisible and so undervalued. I don't have an easy answer, but I just want to highlight that to me, that's pretty important to somehow address. So,
thank you. I do think that the priority that the board has set in terms of, increases are to include all employees has been the direction that the board has provided to the district. And I think that that does impact how folks feel, because across the salary schedule from the lowest paid person in the district to the highest paid person in the district, our salary schedules are below everybody else in the county. Not below all of them, but we sit in that kind of bottom third in the county across the board, right? For all of our positions. And I think, to your point about our CSEA members, figuring out how to support those folks who do, our teachers are incredible and we need them, and we want to retain and attract the best teachers. And we've been really lucky in the last couple of years to bring on board some incredible practitioners. And I'm just so grateful to see all these young teachers who are just entering the field and just doing incredible work. And, we also want to sing the praises of our classified members and our managers and everybody, because everybody's working really hard and we are all in this together.
Thank you. And another question, as far as when we see big disconnects between groups within a bargaining unit, when we do have the capability to give some kind of salary schedule increase, like in addition to the step and column increases that I know we typically budget about 2% a year. So typically we can assume on average it's around that. But is there room, now you're making me cough, I heard you. Is there room for negotiation around how that percentage is allocated? Or does it have to be flat, like let's say it's 1%, does it have to be flat across the salary schedule? Or can it be differentially allocated to help maybe those that are
I'm gonna jump in here.
Process-wise.
Process-wise, because I no longer sit at the negotiations table, and I want to make sure that there's no sense that we're negotiating away from the table. In the general, school districts come together and the CBA, the contract, the contractual bargaining agreement, is negotiated based on negotiations between a team from the teachers union, typically the class certificated union, and with CSEA, the classified union. At that table, one may discuss differentiation of pay. So you will remember, for example, in 2019, 2020, when we were able to bounce to basic aid, we were able to give a $3,000 across the board increase to every salary step. And in 2021, we did the same, 3% across the board, every salary step. The next bargain we had, it is true that there was negotiation, and it is public knowledge that we tried to increase an amount as a cash amount for lower paid employees and sort of laddered it the opposite way, more for the beginning. We bargained that. It was not the final agreement. The final agreement was a flat amount, which was with CUTA, a $5,000 increase to every person, which then was somewhat more equitable because it wasn't a percentage, that it was just $5,000 for everybody. So a little bit closer to being equitable. But I just want to put it out here, which is this is entirely up to what's agreed upon between the parties at the table. The board will give authorization to the superintendent, who will work with the negotiations team to talk about what percentage can be offered, and then we can go into the negotiations table and work with whatever unit it is to slice and dice that. And so in the general, that's how that works.
Thank you for that clarification.
And again, we're just very, especially now because we're back at impasse and back in mediation, we are always, and we have been for as long as I've been here, we're very wary of being seen somehow that we're negotiating away from the table, but we're always talking about it. People are bringing it up. I try to put it in a sort of more abstract way. This is how districts do it.
Any further questions?
No. Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Well, the last thing I will say is that I think the slide, if you will go, Rosie, to the slide about the total cost increase, the 18%, 650,000.
Slide 2.
Yeah, slide 2, there you go. If you go to that slide, I think this is an important point for people to understand where the money goes. When people are questioning.
Slide 6.
Slide 6, good. There it is. When everybody sees that annual cost of increase, remember these were increase in health costs to CUSD. Because of health cost increases that we didn't choose, that were brought to us by our healthcare providers, that's a $650,000 cost. People have mentioned it being 18%. I just want to point out that this is kind of like a hidden cost. People have talked about the $8, right? In the contract, we've exceeded, now these costs have exceeded the cap, but much of that was borne by the district, costing the district $650,000. To be clear, there is going to likely be another annual cost increase next year at this time. So the reason why, if there's any kind of concern, fiscal concern about these costs, is because the electrical is PG&E costs increase, utilities costs increase, and healthcare costs increase. Pension costs are increasing still among the state, our contribution to that. Just on another aside, I didn't get to mention it earlier, but we were very happy to get our solar panel carport running at the end of December during the break, and now at Hatch, that carport will be running and operational, and under NEM 2.0, we'll be generating power, and then we will be trued up. So we'll see a good amount of savings on that. And nobody can see it, but at the event center, there's going to be solar panels on top of the event center and the carport. We will start generating money to PG&E because of the solar power we're generating. It won't offset that.
Thanks for raising that too, because I hear a lot of people comment like, where's my COLA? Where's the COLA? Like, what happened to the COLA? Why didn't it just get translated to salary increases? Because there's an assumption that, well, first of all, the COLA doesn't always apply to our funding because sometimes we flip the basic aid. Second of all, our funding doesn't just come from that pot of money. Our funding for staff also comes from parcel tax, which is flat, $150 a year. So that doesn't change. So any increase there is not going to get met by the rest of the pot. And thirdly, year to year, our costs vary so much that like maybe last year the state's COLA was 6-something%. This year the state's COLA, or at least what the governor announced, was 1%. We'll see if that happens.
0.76.
Okay, so less than 1%. Yet this year we had an 18% increase in health benefit costs as just one thing that is cost increasing, right? So like the thought that you spend the money like when you get it without preparing for the following year to have 18% health benefit costs, and guess what? Next year, I know, Jesus, you told us you budgeted another 18% health benefit costs on, which is compounded, which is on the new amount, 18%, which is more than these increases, so $50,000
Those
more next
costs
year
are already
Yeah, and I know you put that in the
contemplated for
budget,
next year.
yeah, so we don't have to like panic that that's not in there yet. But I'm saying if the 18% this year costs us $650, 18% off the new basis next year is gonna be more than $650 even, because it's
That's right. It's
compounding
gonna be
effect.
closer to, you know.
$750 or
Right, so it's not just gonna
$700 or
double.
something.
It's
Yeah.
gonna double and then be
Yeah.
double plus a little. And, you know, we had a meeting with the consortium last week, and Jesus and I were sitting there, and we asked the question, like, and they, oh, well, we can't say exactly, but yeah, you should anticipate another big increase. It's a substantial increase, and this is coming, you know, from decisions that the healthcare insurers, Kaiser, United, all those folks are passing costs along to everybody else. And that's how that lands.
So for budgeting purposes, those kinds of answers do not help. Oh, no, we anticipate something, but we do not know what yet. We will let you know like a month or two before it happens.
Be 600, it might be 800, it might be a million, who knows? Basic aid, right? If we stay basic aid, we might get 4.3 million, we might get 2, who knows? And I love that somebody had said, well, if we got another, because I got to do the math too to figure out, like, if we were funded at the level of even the average in the county, right? Because we're like 2/3 of the average of the county, like it's pathetic. And again, it's because it's dictated by for the most part, except for parcel taxes, outside sources. We don't get really a choice, right? If we were to be funded at even the county average, that's millions of dollars a year more. Like I want to calculate what that is because I have to do the math. But the San Mateo County Office of Education put out, it's a little bit hard to find when you Google for it, but they put out an equity index, which is really an excellent tool to be able to compare different districts and what their funding levels are, how they compare to the county average. It's a really great tool for anyone that's interested to see, no, really, like, don't take our word for it. We are like, you know, the lowest funded unified district, one of the lowest funded in the county. And we don't mean by like $500 or $1,000 per student. It's like a third less than some of our neighbors.
Yeah, the only districts, to your point, the only districts that are funded lower than our district are, every single one of them are in the elementary district.
Yeah. So
it's,
which
it's a really different beast.
It's a different beast. Yeah. Well, thank you. I think that's all my questions. This is very helpful and very informative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next on the agenda is item 6D. This is approval of independent audit report for year ending June 30th, 2023.
Members of the board, this is the last report to you about the 2022-23 school year. This is, in September, we brought to you the unaudited actuals. Today, Paul is bringing to you the results of the audit. This is the 2023 audit. He's going to walk you through the audit report.
Yeah, can you hold up here? Thank you. All right, thank you, Jesus, for that introduction, and thank you, board, for inviting me out to share with you the results of that audit. All right. Perfect, okay. All right, what I'd like to do is just kind of go directly into some of the key financial highlights for the year, and then I'll get right into the audit results, and at the end, I'll just open it up for any questions that you guys might have. Okay, so starting out here, so what you can see is a net position at the bottom there. It went up 13.9, so $9 million. So a lot of that has to do with the addition of the long-term debt liabilities you've got. It went up $34 million. And so, you know, there's the new bond issuances that you guys had this last year. And for those who were around last year, you saw that the pension liability dropped pretty substantially last year, and we discussed how that was related to market volatility. So if you look back like 3 years ago, the stock market was on fire. There's huge returns in investments, and all the contributions that the employees made, the employers made, the state made, all that gets invested, and it had really good returns. So that reduced your net pension liability pretty substantially. And the offset to that would be a deferred inflow of resources. So last year, we saw that number go up as well. As you also know, the very following year, the stock market tanked. So any gains that were made all went away. And so we were expecting, because everything's looking back, for that net pension liability just to go right back. And so that's what you're seeing here in terms of your liability going up is that decrease in the investment returns and the net pension liability going right back up, and the deferred inflows, again, those changes there are the offset. That's basically when they make these assumptions on return on investments and they get it wrong, that difference between expected versus actual, that gets amortized over 5 years, and so that's what the deferred inflows is for. It's just kind of smooths those big variances out. Okay. So, but all of that really doesn't make a big difference to you. It's a fancy accounting thing. So what you care about really is in your funds. So the district will pay attention to the contribution rate, the funding plan that, you know, PERS and STIRS has outlined. And so that's from a day-to-day perspective, that's really what you want to worry about. But overall, if I can reference you to the funds, right here you see overall the district's fund balance went up $30.8 million. So that's great. A lot of that has to do with the bond issuance. So you see the building fund went up from those bond proceeds, and then also under the non-major funds, that's going to be your special reserve fund for capital projects from the settlement there that went into that account. And then lastly, at the very end here, I'll show you how that all wraps up. I'm going to show you the general fund. Since that's the district's main operating account, I'll show you how that's looking over the last few years, so you can see kind of the changes right there. Okay, so you see here, the reserve at the bottom, the district's maintained a pretty steady 3% reserve with the, which is meeting what the state recommendation is for a district your size. So overall, your financials look great. There's nothing really concerning there. I think you guys are in a healthy financial position. So if there aren't any questions on the financials, I'll go right into the audit results. Okay. So we had a clean audit, so congratulations. As far as the financial statements, we issued an unmodified opinion. That basically means that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. When it comes to internal controls over the financial reporting and on compliance, our audit did not identify any deficiencies over financial reporting that we considered to be material weaknesses. And our test disclosed no instances of non-compliance or other matters that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. And when it comes to compliance, the district complied in all material respects to compliance requirements for state programs. So overall, we didn't have any significant uncorrected adjustments, no difficulties in our audit, no disagreements with management. So overall, great job. And we want to thank Jesus and his team for all the help. It's a team effort. I mean, it covers many different departments. So overall, and it's pretty demanding. You know, we're requesting a lot of samples, a lot of support to be pulled. So thank you for everyone helping us with wrapping up that audit. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Basically, what Paul is telling us is that we followed the rules of accounting. No findings.
Good news, thank you.
It's an action item, and I need a motion in a second, please.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
I think we'll call the vote, yeah.
Okay.
I just had one comment.
ahead.
That this was another official document where it had in there that we got ourselves into some trouble with the 5.29%. It's also referenced in there, just FYI.
And the 5.29% that you're referring to, of course, was the last raise that we offered because we had projections that our taxes would come in higher. We were erroneous in that. Our projections came in lower, under 2%. We gave a 5.29%, equivalent to a 5.29% raise to all employees, plus a $2,000 bonus, not last year, but in 2022. And that is what tossed us into fiscal arrears last year and put us as a lack of going concern. And I think it's important for you to mention that we bring that up. Of course, that meant a $5,000 increase to every salary schedule for every CUTA employee, and then just a 5.29% increase across the board to all CSEA employees and all unrepresented employees. But thank you for bringing that up, and I'm glad we're past that, and now in a place where we have a qualified budget and have 3 years of out year. Now we have another issue where we can't pay our employees what they deserve or what they want. But Paul, I want to thank you because I know your team coming in over the years has, been very good in checking with us, and I know you do a great job and are very thorough and spend a lot of time with Jesus and his colleagues. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could I know that, we need a bio break. Oh, sorry. You're right. We do. We need, please vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 4-5.
I move we take a short 5-minute break. Do you have a second? I think we're ready to go.
All in favor,
Yes.
please say aye.
Aye.
Required that SMCOE be with us and guiding our steps and monitoring our steps. One of those things that are required is that we bring an item, that we keep an item on a fiscal update. What I am covering with you today is the very fact that we will continue, as Bianca told you, we're continuing to look into our FICMAT report and the different things that we are need to pay attention to. So that is what we continue to do. You saw evidence of that by looking at Bianca's presentation as we continue our journey. We are focusing into the notion of internal controls. That is evidenced by what Bianca presented to you. And very importantly is that we focus on our deficit spending. Our deficit spending that requires that we operationalized fully our plan, our fiscal stabilization plan, and that those positions that Bianca was referring to, that we then bring to the board how that optimization of resources, of human resources, is going to be occurring. So that continues to be work in progress. And what we're looking at is continuing to, into the 24, 25, and 25, 26, the board was asking our high school, how are we thinking that we are going to be then looking at optimizing our resource, our offerings so that we can then go to our 32-1 as Principal Boyson was looking at in alignment with our fiscal stabilization plan. That is at the high school. At the middle school, that there is the same notion, going to our 32-1 and how we're going to be getting that. We continue to meet internally at the cabinet level and with principals, as evidenced by what Mr. Boyson was referring to, that so that we can look into 24, 25, and 25, 26. What are we going to continuing to seek ways in which our staffing is optimized, and that we also look into what different opportunities for savings there could be. Now, we have continued to meet with a great group of Budget Advisory Committee members who are committed, who are there with us, who are looking at those savings as they could be achieved. And that implementation of the fiscal stabilization plan that is looking into 25, 26. Our goal is to get a multi-year projection that it is that we bring you not red numbers but green numbers, black numbers rather, black numbers that we don't have any deficit spendings, and that we meet our reserve, minimally our 3% reserve. I shared with you how much currently our payroll monthly is, and this is $2.4 million. So our 3% reserve is 3% of expenditures, a ratio of expenditures to revenue, and 3% has been around $1.5 million. So when I tell you that payroll as it currently exists is about 2.4, then you know that 3% is checking the fact that statutorily required, but really what a district like ours needs, it's higher reserves so that when we have any coughing of the system, we get stable, we stay stable instead of having to take drastic measures. So it's work in progress. We will continue to go in that direction, and we will continue to have this conversation with the board on a regular basis, month to month. Nothing real big a change. It's something that you have already heard about this, but it is to keep us reminding ourselves that this is what it is happening. We have big events like the ones that Bianca was referring to. You heard about how are our finances affected with an 18% increase in the cost of health. That you saw there was over $600,000 that the district is paying right now. Those are dollars that now we have put into the budget, because now we know that for this year, starting in January, we had to contemplate those $600,000, so we put them in the budget. And that we want to clarify that the district is picking up the majority, as it has been explained to you, the majority of those dollars, that those $8.16 a month there is a notion out there that that is the cost, and the district is being petty with not getting those $8.16. I think it's very clear to the board now that it is, Bianca was very clear in explaining what that is, that it is not, that the district is really picking up a lot of thousands of dollars on this increase to the health cost. I think that we have some work to do in making sure that everybody understands that the district is not being petty with $8.16, but rather that we're just following the contract and the current contract until it is negotiated differently calls for that. We're not charging the employee the dollars that the district is putting forward to meet that 11,000 plus right now. So it seems to me like what we hear, that we just need to get it clearer and cleaner and say it one time and again, that what this situation is. It's a misunderstanding if that it's only $8.16 that it is how much 18% represents. It represents $600,000, almost $100,000. So that's the update that I had for you. Nothing real new. It's just we're continuing the course. Any questions?
Thank you. Probably a question I should have asked when Bianca was speaking earlier, but what do we pay in pensions every year, percentage-wise?
The total that she gave you in there is $4.some million.
Okay.
4.5, I believe. So it's in one of the slides.
Because again, whether it's pensions, it's healthcare, there's so many things that are like unfunded mandates.
All of that.
We don't have a choice. And it's right to pay them, but it's something that we have no control over.
This is health only, what she covered, $4.5 million.
Right.
You add the pension, you add the vision, and you add.
Dr. Contreras, I'll just take it a step further. In February, when you bring this item back, can you bring back a pie chart showing what the outlay is and what the increase has been over time for the pension costs? This is determined statutorily by the state every year. And for PERS and STRS, Public Employee Retirement System, and State Teacher Retirement System, those numbers are different. So maybe now that we're getting this information clearer, maybe you could bring like sort of what the increases to pension costs for the district and for the employees have been.
Will do.
Thank you, sir.
We will do. Thank you.
I have a question.
Certainly.
I almost hesitate to ask this question because I don't know how it's going to sound, but I have a question. I'm not good with numbers, but in your opinion as our CEO, and you know the numbers in and out, this is more like a personal opinion question. Why do you think there's a belief or a thought that people are pocketing money, or that, I know I'm not benefiting from any of it. God, I wish. But I'm just curious to see where you think. And you don't have to answer it because it's not a factual question. It's more of an opinion. But coming from you, who is our expert, I'm just curious.
I certainly don't know, so I'm not going to answer. I certainly don't know where the rumors might come from. But whenever there is any misunderstandings, we humans tend to make up our own stories. And it brings to mind that the whole notion of Dr. Young that said and then a researcher in the 20th century, psychologist, who said there is system one that it tries to make sense with the least amount of information. Least amount of information, let me make a judgment. But there is system two, which is going to be saying, oh no, stop, think, what, where, well, analyze and do all of that. But we humans tend to go to system one. Let me get that. Let me get a judgment. So I'm just giving you my own perspective of that,
I think,
which is we humans tend to do that.
And I think I need to make a more conscious effort, because I think I've not dug into this more than I should. So I know you're available on the weekends and at night when I don't work. So we will get together at the district office, hopefully. But I do need to make it a point because it's just sad to see the rage and the anger, and I will sit through it and I will bear it because, like Dr. McFetridge just says, everybody has their truth, and if that's what they need to say, then that's what they need to say. But man, I've been evicted. I've been trying to find where to live, and I've been doing all this, and I'm wondering what did I do with the money? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And for the people who are watching this, I don't live in a house. I barely make ends meet, and in somebody's opinion, I'm a professional. I work for probation. I have a career, if you want to call it, instead of a job. And I am I don't even know, I was I was very down, and I was about to, some of the people knew that I was at the verge of leaving the board, not by choice, but I got evicted. And for the grace of God, it just ended up working out for me. And I'm okay right now, but it's a struggle. It's definitely a struggle. So I don't know, out of ignorance, I'm just curious to hear from you. So thank you.
I think that fortunately we are en route to a healing process, even though we have high opinions.
Correct.
Well, I also think it's so complicated. The
Correct.
budget stuff, I'm on year 5 and I'm learning all the time. I'm learning new stuff, so it's very complicated. That's why we hire you to do it all the time, 7 days a week.
Look, I just also want to say too that I think you hear people say things and make pronouncements, and you have to stay for the rest of the meeting, usually, to see the budget items and to see what you just got presented as far as actual costs and contract language to understand where the money goes. But if you hear someone say, the district is trying to do this, absent any information, it's what people talk about in political science all the time, which is don't think of an elephant, right? Which is it's not rational, it's emotional. People are repeating these talking phrases, some of them true, some of them not factual or misinformed. And you have to stay here to get all the information. That said, we try to have patience and try to walk through that and explain that to people. I've received numerous letters that was a template letter that was provided to all of you in the last week or so. And you've heard tonight that people saying we didn't, you heard from a teacher from another district saying we haven't given a raise in, the last 4.5 years, just one raise, which is not true. We gave over 11% in raises over the last 4.5 years, plus a $2,000 bonus. So I just think, that's like the bumper sticker, don't believe everything you think. This is back to Dr. Contreras talking about Carl Jung, or if you want to think about it on a cognitive behavioral therapy, the human mind generalizes to make sense of things. People are trying to make sense. They have a source of information. We've tried to not counter that too much, because when we did in the past, it really caused us some issues. But I do think that, I would encourage people to look on the website for our negotiations updates. We'll probably have to continue to have this kind of information so that we provide the facts. And I would ask everybody, don't believe everything you think. Do ask us and we will provide the information. Or check into the district office or check into the board meeting. We'll provide the information.
That was one last question. I know that you used to have these information, kind of like financial information nights, and they were not very well attended. They were really boring and dry, but for informational purposes, it was nice to see that you had the time and the patience and you had the information. I wasn't looking forward to them, but I think that just knowing that you were able to have that was good, because it showed good faith. It showed that you were willing to do that. Not that I'm trying to give you any more work, but I know Dr. McFetridge is always very open door type of guy, and he's willing to meet and talk to anyone. I'm thinking you are too, and I'm just curious, have people come to you and you have been not able to give them some information? I'm sorry,
Yeah, for the public, we had office hours that we had a block of 2 hours where we opened it to the public and say, come and we'll discuss and we'll theme this, and we will have an opportunity to provide information about our finances and also get some input to the general public. And then we also have had the Budget Advisory Committee. So in there, we would go more in depth into our finances. And what you're referring to is those office hours that nobody was really attending. We opened them and we attended, and then we said, okay, we'll just keep the Budget Advisory Committee, which we have continued work with, just Budget Advisory Committee. But I'll be happy to open again the office hours, the fiscal office hours.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to give you more work. I'm just trying to make sense of just comments and things. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I think at the end of the day, it's just reiterating the openness to always be ready and available to anybody who would want to contact us.
Just to clarify too for the public, like this presentation you gave tonight is not a big fiscal one. Like you do much more in-depth ones, right? So
yeah.
I just want people to realize that this was just this is ongoing
Highlights.
one. This is the highlights, whereas we do many that are spaced out throughout the year that are very in-depth, so anyway.
Well, the other thing too is internally, we talked about, since we had a staffing update coming up and we knew that people were talking about health costs, we wanted to give that update. And Dr. Contreras wants to make sure that he signals to our county counterparts and to you that we will continue to have this update, even if it's just even if there is no presentation, so that the board is able to ask any questions. What I heard tonight in particular was curiosity about compensation being more than just healthcare, but about pensions. I heard it from Sophia Lane. I think I heard it from you, Kim. And so I do think it would benefit us next time to be able to, again, reiterate what the requirements are of the district to contribute to pension costs, which is a big part of compensation for those entering the teaching profession, or for that matter, any kind of educational support position. Any of us who are in public employee retirement system or state teachers retirement system, this is something that we all rely on because many teachers don't get Social Security, right? Many employees don't get Social Security. They rely only on the pension system because of the government rules about that. So I think in the next meeting, you can expect another fiscal update, and we will include aspects on pensions so that you know what the pension costs and the healthcare costs are to the district.
Is there any way to get also full salary costs, or is that too hard with all the stipends and everything?
We'll work with Bianca and get it together.
In fact, with the budget committee, I know Dr. Contreras has been meeting with the budget committee and providing detailed information about what everybody makes. There are other, I mean, look, this board has authorized us in the past when we had over 11% in raises to make sure that everybody got the same percentage or same amount mostly. Teachers took it as a $5,000 across the board because we were trying to get more money really to recruit and retain beginning teachers and middle teachers as opposed to, just giving it as a percentage, which usually favors those who make more money. But I think it's important for us to continue the Budget Advisory Committee. In the board policy also, the Budget Advisory Committee is able to make a report. At the end of the year, you could have the Budget Advisory Committee work on a report to provide you. But again, what we're trying to do is provide reports about these fiscal updates so that the board is able to do its fiduciary duty and understand where the money is coming from and where the money is going. Sophia mentioned earlier that there's an equity tool update. I've been sharing that with people who've been asking me questions of late. How come our teachers, how come our employees don't get paid as much as other districts? Here's the equity tool. And here's where I've gone to the equity tool and put in every district. And perhaps next meeting, we should do as we did probably 3 or 4 years ago, where we provide average salaries if we can, or at least an account of the different funding. We could do that for the next time for sure.
But this is gonna sound really silly, because I'm sure it's not very impactful, but how much each of us board members are able to get, and how some board members choose not to get it. But I'll be honest and transparent, I recently, not when I've started, but in the recent years, I decided to get it. I'm still getting like less than 300 a month, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. 202, how much am I getting a month? Okay. Okay, just curious, because
yes.
I was like, do you guys owe me money too? Like, what's going on here? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just on that, if a board member doesn't attend a meeting, then they don't receive their. Sorry.
And it's for a
It's an
6-hour meeting,
information
that means you
item.
get $15 an hour. There you go. Okay, thank you so much for that report. Item 6G, Hatch Elementary Security Fencing and Family Engagement Update. Clarification before we go further. I had some email correspondence, Dr. McFetridge, with you. This is presentation, not action, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so it says action in the board packet, but this is presentation only. So this is for sake of conversation, because we do have public comment about it later. So go right ahead.
Yes. This is an update. This presentation is an update about the projects at Hatch. They include the security fencing and the Family Engagement Center. Back in April, the board authorized us to purchase. Rosie, can you help me move it forward? Thank you. So there is the security fencing, and then there is the Early Learning Center, which includes the installation of one portable that is going to be housing the Family Engagement Center, and then the realignment of the former Listos portable building. So that is sitting in the very back of Hatch, and it will get the whole complex to be completed back in that area. There are a number of services that are provided back there, which include preschool, Los Listos preschool, and after-school programs, and parent engagement. So those portables that the board authorized us to purchase back in April are going to be installed now, and we are going after the bidding. It's in the bidding process right now so that we can get those installed. They have passed DSA now. DSA has given us the authorization to proceed now, and that's what we are doing right now. We expect to complete that project by the spring of 2024. So that is included with the fencing of Hatch Elementary. Those we are bidding right now, and the walks have already taken place this past week, this past 2 weeks, and we are going to be getting the bids that by January 24th. We will be bringing to the board for action the approval of whoever is going to be recommended for whoever wins the bid, so to speak, and we start construction in February, and expecting to finish that on April 24th. I just wanted to clarify that this is not a new project. It's a project that we are updating the board on, which is the completion of that of those two portables, bringing up online, and they are back there. They have always been back there. There has always been the notion of bringing those services to support parents and families, and the programs that are covered in the early education center at the back of Hatch, and they will be completed at the same time. It will be along with the fencing of the general fencing of Hatch. So that is how the fencing looks like. This is a diagram of how we are going to be going about fencing the site, and it shows how where those two portables are going to be aligned to, which is right on the same line as where the fencing is going to be for Hatch Elementary.
I do want to remind the board that for years we've been working on an inclusive early childhood education program there with special education. Dr. Bhatia can speak about this. There were grants afforded to us to do a lot of this work, grants afforded to us for a lot of this purchase of these materials. And you'll remember that it was years ago that those portables were there as temporary housing for Hatch as they built the kindergarten, beautiful new kindergarten wing or quad. And, you know, we built that out so that we could put Los Listos not in a grimy parking lot at the district office, but provide them a space where they could have a place to play also. I have also heard from people, and I think I'm meeting with some Hatch kids next week, about, you know, their interest in having field space. And we've heard that, and we heard that in the community engagement for the workforce housing discussion. And we've also heard it about El Granada, and I've made a point of saying it at board meetings before. We need to look at that, but it is a huge capital expense, and something that we would have to plan for. I just want to say that these plans for early childhood education are right in line with our strategic plan that people have been approving. These are particularly also about extended learning program services, and when those extended learning program services get out at 6 p.m. or 5:30, 6 p.m., and parents are coming, families are coming to pick up kids who are in the Eagle Club, they've been asking, you know, is there a place where they can meet? And so we do think this is in line with our equity focus, our early childhood education focus, our extended learning focus, and our early childhood education focus. And it's something that you guys have been hearing presentations on for some time and that we braided funds to create.
I really want to add that many of the districts, when the ELOP funds, the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, first came into being as a grant a few years back, many districts were like, okay, we don't know, we don't want any, we don't know how. And I think that it was great that this board had already the vision, okay, let's repurpose those portables so that we can provide services, a center that is going to be doing not only the preschool, but it is also going to be doing the Expanded Learning Opportunity grant that became a program now, and that for that purpose, I mean, we're looking into $900,000 to $1.2 million that are now legislated to come through. And many districts are still thinking, how are we going to do this? Thankfully, to the vision of that you had to get forward with repurposing of that, we are in a good spot. We're in a good spot providing services for after school. It really is exciting to have a place to provide those services.
I will say it's also, I mean, it's just a testament to this board too, which is you took our recommendation not to just return on a lease portables that we had, and to just, purchase them outright at a low cost so that we would have more facility space, because otherwise we wouldn't have had those extended learning programs. Or we would not have had an inclusive early childhood education center. We could not have used grant funds for the new play space that's out there. Dr. Bhatia, do you have anything to, I mean, Rosalva Segura, I think too that this would probably benefit the board and the public to have Rosalva come in the spring and provide more background on extended learning and early childhood education. Los Listos families and staff are in a much better place than they were in the past. We're very happy about that. The inclusive early childhood education for special education students, I was able to be over there to see them, with their age-typical peers and not just neurotypical peers is fantastic too. But again, this is about us trying to figure out how do we use money that was available to us. And Dr. Bhatia, maybe you and Ms. Segura could bring back a presentation in the future.
And one day when I grow up, I'm going to be writing the history of that, how braiding fundings, how things can happen when you braid funds. Because to that endeavor, you have a little bit of bond, you have a lot of grants that have come and spent and continue to be spent. Today, you approved the platforms so that we can serve in there our students with disabilities. That way, we can move our children from one place, one classroom to the next. So you approved $160-some thousand that is going to be grants and some bond. So that's braiding funds so that we can achieve our goals of serving children.
Thank you. We do have a public comment that I'd like to read now. Dear Governing Board, Hatch staff and community continue to be alarmed by the use of the Hatch Field as a drop-off spot for portable buildings. It is shocking that the district continues to encroach on the children's green playing space. The Hatch community wants the renovated field that was promised in the original 2014 plan. Item 6G on the board agenda for Thursday, January 18, 2024, outlines the plan for the much-needed security fence around Hatch School, but it also is asking the board to approve the purchase and placement of 2 portable buildings for the new Family Engagement Center. Again, we're not approving tonight, but next month. Hatch staff is not against the Family Engagement Center. However, we do object to its placement on the already overcrowded Hatch campus. There continues to be limited parking at Hatch. The parking lot during drop-off and pickup is hazardous. Parents are parked in the red zones before and after school for drop-off and pickup at the Coastside Children's Program Building, CCP. The district has space at the district office site for portables and hatch-adjacent parking. The district space needs to be properly cleared for parking in the Family Engagement Center. We urge board members to walk the space and ask questions of Hatch staff before agreeing to these decisions. Again, the proper placement for the new Family Engagement Center is on the district office site. According to the strategic plan presentation, CUSD's core belief is students are at the center of all decisions and actions. We adapt to their needs to prepare them for success in healthy school communities where everyone can thrive. Confining the over 550 children of Hatch Elementary to an area of asphalt, gravel, and tan bark is inconsistent with this core belief. Please cease and desist from putting more structures on the Hatch field. Prioritize green spaces to enhance student mental health and learning. Respectfully submitted, and it's signed by 24 different teachers. So, my question, and just for clarification, for the Parent Engagement Center, is that engagement center something that will be like during the school day or after school? Yeah.
So let me get close to here. So we definitely will get back to give you more information. But as you've seen in multiple data presentations, if there is a school that has the most at-promise students and a need for wraparound services, it's Hatch Elementary School. And there is already a portable there, so we're talking about adding, right, Jesus, another portable next to it. It's by the fence. It does not impact the green space.
Okay.
It impacts the space of a portable, but way in the back by the fence. And I know that Jesus and Dr. McFetridge, I think, might have been walking over there to see the space maybe today. But it's important for our families. And when we're talking about family engagement, it's easier for our parents to get access to services on a school campus versus the district office, even though it's just right next door. When the ELOP, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, and the funding for the program is to serve our socioeconomically disadvantaged families as a priority, to offer those after-school services up until 6 p.m. And this Family Engagement Center will serve as an additional space in addition to the community hub where our most at-promise families can get immediate access to services at this space. At the school that has the highest percentage of students that are performing below grade level. And so that is one of the reasons why we would like to focus on having the ELO program become a second community hub in addition to Cunha. I hope that explained a little bit about the space. And again, there may be, again, misinformation or miscommunication of what's going on because the ELO program is not planning to take over all the green space. Again, just talking about an additional classroom size, right, Jesus?
Well, the new portable that is coming, it's only one more that had been purchased months and months ago, that it just needs to be installed.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you because I had reached out to you, Jesus, and Sean to do a walk of the site today because I just wanted to make sure I could visualize what we were talking about because I was getting confused about like why is this all of a sudden like an issue? Because we have talked about it before in the past, and again, like I can see there's the early education space that we have in the back towards the fence by Highway 1, and to the immediate right, the really tiny old Los Listos portables there right now, and the plan is to have another portable. Like I'm looking at this is about the size of these two banks of seats right here, like 1,000 square feet or less, right? So
This is
typically,
much bigger than
yeah,
what it's
not the
gonna
whole
be.
room, but like those two seats, those two sets of seats back there, like together, like maybe that big, and like adjacent to what's there right now on a field that's like several acres big. Like, I mean, I took pictures of it too, like, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't really understand the issue because really, and it's all trade-offs, right? So if you were to say, if someone was to say, we're gonna take half the field to build a parking lot, okay, I might have an issue because I'm like, well, is it really worth, like, do we really need it that much? Maybe some people think we do, I don't know. But we're gonna build like, I don't know, something hopscotch like on pavement, like, okay, it seems a little silly, but for something that is really addressing a high unmet need among a population with generally high unmet needs, it seems like to me, it's a small trade-off. So
Well, I just want to address the issue that was brought up too about parking. Remember that the drop-off or the pickup for these after-school programs is later in the day.
oh yeah,
And so that's not a time when the parking lot is typically crowded, from what staff have told us, at 6 PM.
yeah, so that makes sense to Kim's question. I just mentioned parking earlier is just another thing that's like pavement or, would be converting. I don't know, whatever else you wanted to put there. But
Again, we are very appreciative of the board understanding the need for early childhood education, dedicated space for that, a beautiful space for that. Those portables are in a great place. It was a good investment. We did braid funds from different grant purposes also to do the playground space there. And we think it's in line with our vision, also with the strategic plan for extended learning, after-school programs, with a focus on equity, the socioeconomically disadvantaged students served for extended learning, and a focus on early childhood education. So we do think it is in alignment with the strategic plan.
Do you think part of it is that people also are worried that we wanted to do housing there and
Absolutely.
parking lot? And maybe,
Absolutely.
I think from public comment, we're trying to relook at that, so.
Absolutely.
I think that's gonna change, so.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you're just like saying the quiet part out loud. We heard very clearly at community engagement from neighbors and from Hatch employees and from employees who aren't interested in housing and are just interested in salary increases, even though they're two different buckets of money that one couldn't be used for the other. But we heard very loud and clear, and I think our workforce housing plans will come back in the spring, not in February, because it won't be available and the guys aren't available to do it, but in the spring to come back. And I think you will see that we'll bring back a plan to you that does not include housing on the Hatchfield at all. That said, there are trade-offs, and we do need to be able to look at how would you accommodate workforce housing still at the district office. People have also said to me, well, why not El Granada? Well, El Granada surplus property, because it's not really suitable. The county hasn't made it suitable. God, it's back to this next action item or next presentation item. It is really difficult for us to get a coastal development permit just for our own school upgrade at El Granada. That surplus property is a whole other thing. So I do think, Ms. Alexander, that people are concerned and saying, give us our field space. I hear that loud and clear too. And the parking spot space, I hear that loud and clear too. We have tasked architects to come back in the spring to show how we could increase parking and dedicate space for field space at Hatch. We have done that and we will present that.
Thank you for the presentation. Next is item 6H, El Granada Elementary School Modernization Update.
And just a quick point of order because we're at 11:40. We have one item that must be approved tonight. And this is an update. We have a hard stop at 12 because we can't extend it again. I would like to make a friendly amendment to switch the last two things to make sure we can approve the thing we have to approve tonight, and then take whatever time we have for the update as well. Because we need to do this GASB thing tonight.
Sure, we can probably,
Yeah, so I make a motion to make an amendment to the agenda again, to switch H and I, so we do adoption of resolution 02-2024 as item H.
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
So 6I resolution.
This is a resolution for the board to give us the procedures that we are going to be following for GASB number 96. GASB number 96 has to do with all of the different subscriptions that we buy and enter into agreements with. So this is this guidance is the one that governs all of the things that Dr. Bhatia would be getting to about instructional softwares that we used also for our instruction, or we used for operation. So this is a guidance that will govern that governs the GASB, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, number 96. It is a resolution, and it basically is that the board would accept the provisions of GASB 96.
It's pro forma, we do it every year.
Go ahead.
So this item requires roll call. Kimberly?
Aye.
Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Mary Beth? Sophia?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Right.
Oh, I make a, okay, so let's do over. I make a motion to approve.
Oh.
Good catch.
I'll second.
We're all getting,
Just pass it.
oh, now should we vote again? Okay, I guess, I don't know, you tell us.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Mary Beth? Sophia? Passes
Aye.
5-0. 5-0.
Now we're to the El Granada Modernization Update.
And we have been bringing updates to the board about modernization at El Granada. And the biggest thing right now, it is that we are working through with the county for the coastal development permit that we are looking at, that we're pursuing. That phase one is going to be including the building of the new building, and then the sway space that we're going to be getting in the back, along with the parking lot. Now, all of the different, the process, the exhausting process that we're going through, it will require that several agencies are opining and getting any issues before the county can give us a permit, a coastal development permit. So this is just a reminder of phase one, new building and sway space in the back and the parking lot. The phase two will be the modernization of the rest of the campus in green, and we have depicted in there those things that are part of the master plan, but we are not included in them yet on the board-approved $45.9 million for this project. And on December 28, our staff and our manager, construction manager, walked with the county, the El Granada, and then got some input and feedback, and the design team is modifying based on that feedback. So that keeps us continuing on the pursuit of the coastal development permit. And the county has already sent to the different agencies the plans to look at, and we will continue to one of the things that the feedback, it was the location of the compactor, trash compactor, et cetera. So the design team went and looked into different locations and rethink how that could be achieved. So in this, you have depicted in there where the location, the original location, the proposed location, then another location, 3 locations in there. And now what we are working on, what the design team is working in that area and then moving it further out and then making it fit. It's going to be a tight fit, but this is something that feedback that received from the county for the coastal development permit. Now, this is still going to be to the Division of State Architect, DSA, which are the ones who are going to have to approve this. If those 2 things meet, then we are really looking forward into making sure that we get everybody on the same page. This upcoming on the 25th, this next week, we are going to be meeting with the neighbors. We sent communication to all of the neighbors for El Granada, and we're going to be discussing with them those things that the board has already seen, phase 1, phase 2, and then discussing with them the parking lot, things that would affect the neighbors. So this is the first of several meetings that we will be having throughout the project. And the next, that's a closer view of what we are looking at right now, again, is something that the design team is preparing so that we can clear our civic permit and DSA. So still work in progress, still receiving feedback, still making sure that our goal is to start construction in June, because the board has already approved a contractor to get started, because we anticipate that we have a contractor that is ready to go. But it's really very of the essence that we start in June. Otherwise, our cost might be at escalation. We're at risk of a more expensive project. So it's work in progress, it's moving forward, and we are looking at ultimately having the board making the final approvals of everything that we do, and then of course Superintendent and his staff will make sure that we follow those things. And remember that there is a Citizens Oversight Committee that is the board has appointed to look at the expenditures and to get us through there. And ultimately, Paul and his team will be coming with an audit report that we bring to the board.
I just want to give another piece of the picture here. Last week, we presented at Mid-Coast Council at their request. We talked about these issues. Mid-Coast Council, they provided a lot of information. The public had an opportunity to comment. I think they were relieved at us, and I told them before we could even bring to you tonight our discussion with Camille Leong of the county office of the San Mateo County Planning in December 28, I believe it was, same time as we were getting the Hatch Carport solar authorized by PG&E. And I say this all to say that I think that was a relief to people, but what is not a big relief to people and what is of concern is the lighting that is set up for the campus. We have to balance the needs of families, students, and staff for safety and the professional standards for the architects and the lighting engineers to recommend what they think is safe, with the fact that El Granada is big on dark sky compliant. So we are trying to marry those two concepts. El Granada as a community, a lot of people want dark sky compliant, and I understand from having talked to Mid-Coast Council members that this really came up with, and having heard that discussion last week with the fire department up there and concerns over lighting. So I'm just going to stop there to say we continue to try to work with the neighbors. We mailed over 65 invitations. The county helped us identify houses in the neighborhood that they thought we would be mailed to. There is next week going to be, on a week from tonight, a presentation at El Granada to hear people, to talk about the new plans. But it's basically, we need to get past this and satisfy the parties the best we can so that we can get our coastal development permit and start construction in June. Because if that timeline gets blown, and we've shared this with Mid-Coast Council, it could mean cost overruns for you because your guaranteed maximum price goes out the window. So I'll just say that, this has been extremely challenging because of coastal development permit. And just so everybody understands again where this is at with this, only 76 districts and counties have to deal with coastal development permit out of 1,000 school districts in the state of California. So this is really like an extra hurdle and a Venn diagram that is challenging to us.
There will be more information coming your way.
Thank you. And just as a, kind of a point of lessons learned, we never saw a full presentation on what the parking lot details were. And it's just now been shared via Mid-Coast Community Council with greater unincorporated neighbors of El Granada. The coastal, and just for edification for the board, I wish 18 months ago I had the language and the details of what the CDP meant, but because the El Granada School property is in a San Mateo scenic corridor, that means something, and that means something to Mid-Coast Community Council. And it means that, and it's on the website, public views within and from scenic corridors shall be protected and enhanced, and development shall not be allowed to significantly obscure, detract from, or negatively affect the quality of these views. And then the Coastal Act, in terms of the environment and the lighting, impacts wildlife, both day and night views, as well as not impacting the character of the greater neighborhood. So those are the things that the Mid-Coast Community Council will review the project for. And hindsight 2020, I wish our architects had that understanding of what it meant. And so it's a disconnect because a residential project going through has a lot more information on that. And I think what happened was the design guide, the manual, is what the Planning Commission then literally looked at that design guide and made a very clear ruling based on that guide that was in place. And so it is unfortunate in terms of timing, knowing that we're pushing towards June, but hopefully our architects can reconcile all of these agencies and what the requirements are.
And I think it's important to also say that all the requirements, it's one says this, one says that, one says the other, and that
Understanding precedents, yeah.
That they all have to be reconciled.
Well, and some of the requirements, even though our architects came in and said it's DSA, they haven't pointed to, and I appreciate that for, what is it, ADA parking, that's really clear in the document. But when we're talking lighting, when we're talking sidewalks, some of these other things, it's not as clear on, here's the paragraph, here's the section, and so it's a lot of conversations that go back and forth. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you, Dr. McFetridge, for, trying to herd cats on getting this done.
Well, I do want to talk about that too, if I may. I did talk to the PTO president from El Granada last week, who really wants the construction to start. And I said, look, it may be the case that because of the coastal development permit and the San Mateo County design principles, that there is an that the best laid plans of mice and men of the school committee designing it, wanting to put that garbage enclosure at the end, and the architects wanting to do what the school community wanted, meaning parents, family, staff, that it may not be able to happen. And she said, we appreciate that, we can live with that, you gotta do what you gotta do. And so we did that. It is also the case that coastal development permit and the lighting standards are also something that Brianna LaFontaine, if I can mention her, she spoke to at Mid-Coast Council last week, saying there's a need for safety for lights. So we are trying to, I think that is the case, is that Jesus and I are trying to sort of drive a ship between the Scylla and Carbitis. There are two opposing, it depends on your standpoint and where you stand and what you're gonna see. So the neighbors, I understand their point, but I also understand the point of the school community, and really it's their design. So that's the part that we're trying to reconcile with all these permits. So.
Well, then there's controls in place too.
Just a quick time check, point of order, because we need to wrap up the entire meeting in 5 minutes. Yeah. Oh, sorry, and I'm not trying to.
I have a concern, and I want to make sure I say it, because if I don't, something happens, I'll feel bad. I am concerned with the garbage being moved, that the garbage truck now, instead of coming in and going out that first driveway, is coming around, because I don't want a kid to get hit. Is this a concern with the garbage truck coming in all the way now? I mean, I'd feel terrible if a kid got hit.
We are working with Republic, the times that they come around, and the design itself. They're working and making sure that, number one, they don't come during the regular, when there are children present. That's the very first thing. And then that is confirmed that they want, and they do not. And that the design is one that can accommodate the
Okay,
truck.
I just want to make sure, because we are supposed to be doing what is best for kids, you know, and if I'm, you know, if there are two things that work for kids and one aligns better with the community, we should do that one, but we need to be careful of our kids.
We are constrained, however, because of the path of sight or the line of sight, and the fact that the county's regulations are such that their person said, oh, it doesn't matter what the school community wanted, that you wanted to put it over there, it can't be there, then we had to fall back. And the second alternative is really a no-go, because it would be right near the front of the school and right near classrooms, and this one at least is closer to where it was. It's a compromise. Look, people don't like a world that's not pure, but we live in a world that is gray and full of compromise. Not everybody can have their way all the time. This is standpoint theory, depending on where you stand. But I think people are going to walk away from this, and everybody's going to kind of feel like, I didn't necessarily get what I wanted, but there is something that will be of benefit to that school community and to that neighborhood. The property values increases that are going to happen for these residents and these neighbors at Fairlawn View and El Granada. I don't know if that's, at this point, I don't know if that's a good thing or not a good thing, but it will definitely be a benefit to the students, the families, the staff, and the neighbors. We just need to figure out how to make the lighting work is the next piece.
We need to get it started.
Knock on laminate.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you so much. Future events, January 18, Staff Development Day and Minimum Day. I'll mention again, January 25th, the listening. Sorry,
I'm
just reading off.
Yeah, no, not you. Sorry. I just wonder if that's the correct date, because today's January 18th. Okay, so it's not, so it's this Friday is Staff Development Day? No. Okay. So is the future. 26. Oh, 26, okay, January 26th.
Thank you. January 25th, there is the listening session at El Granada on the renovation project at 6, am I correct, 6 p.m. on the 25th? Thank you. And I thought there was something else. Anyways, February 9th, Staff Development Day and Minimum Day. February 15, regular board meeting, Cunha Intermediate School, 6 p.m. For some reason, I thought there was something else to mention in there, but
Special board meeting on the 27th.
that was it. Thank you. January 27th, special board meeting on Saturday. Thank you so much. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Do,
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.